Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does. Analysis does. Perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does. Analysis does. Perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
Many thanks for joining us. I'm Uche Osai, and this is Aneke TV's Business Desk. As of March 12th, 2026, the Nigerian business landscape is in a consolidation phase. The shocking therapy of 2024-2025 has transitioned into a more stable, I bet, high-cost operating environment. Let's take a look at the current business climate. One, let's start from inflation recovery. Inflation has dropped to 15.1%, down from the peaks of over 33%, making nearly a year of consecutive monthly decline. And then when we look at banking shakeup, the sector is at a fever pitch as the March 31st, 2026 recapitalization deadline looms. Over 30 banks have already met their new capitalization threshold that by injecting 4.05 trillion into the economy. Now let's quickly move on to Naira stability, where the Nigerian exchange rate has stabilized around 1,360 to 1,450 Naira against the US dollar, which is supported by external reserve hitting a 30-year high of 50.45 billion US dollars, we already gave you that information. And then looking at the growth, GDP is expanding at a healthy 4.1 to 4.6%, which is driven by non-oil sectors and increased domestic refining. Now, one may want to ask, what are the factors shaping the landscape today? When we take a look at the Nigerian business landscape, as of yesterday or today, one of the major factors that play a very important role is the Dangote effect. The refinery's full operation has slashed forest demand for fuel imports and stabilized local energy supply chains, though pump prices are still at approximately 1,300 naira, which remains a burden on logistics. Yes, it remains a burden on logistics. And then let's quickly look at another factor, which is the tax reform 2026. New laws have simplified the system, exempting small businesses. Yes, any business that is under 50 million naira turnover in Nigeria is exempted from corporate tax and raising the personal tax-free threshold to 800,000 naira. Then another factor we look at is the monetary pivot. Yes, the monetary pivot. The Central Bank has halted aggressive rates hikes, holding the MPR at 26.5% to 27% to balance inflation control with the need for business credit. And then another issue we look at here is the trade digitization. The launch of the national single window, scheduled for late March is streamlining import-export, cutting the red tape that previously stifled port operations. Yes, and then when we run to the oil and gas rebound, a landmark $20 billion US deepwater investment, yes, has ended a nearly two decade investment drought, signaling renewed international trust. Let's quickly run to the Nigerian Stock Exchange performance for yesterday, being March 11, 2026, where we can tell you that the Nigerian exchange experienced a bearish section as investors engaged in profit taking across major sectors. Yes, the All-Share Index ASI settled at 195,898.52 points, a marginal decline of 0.09%. Then looking at the market sentiment, we'll tell you that the market sentiment was negative with 29 gainers against 40 losers, massive. And then what are the key drivers? One of such key drivers is profit taking in large cap stores like Dangote Cement and MTN Nigeria, offsetting the gains the financial service sector has made over this period. And then let's take a look at the top 5 gainers. And when you look at the top 5 gainers, yes, we can tell you that Nigerian Exchange Group, closed yesterday at 186 naira 45 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 10%. Then quickly followed by Premier Paints, which closed at 19 naira 40 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 9.92%. Omatech Ventures yesterday closed at 2 naira 80 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 8.95%. Looking at Prestige Assurance, still in the list, closing market yesterday at 1 naira 68 kobo, making a positive dip of a positive bullish gain of 8.39% adjustment. And we are seeing McCall made a close of 4 naira yesterday, very strong, given to the trajectory of McCall. They were bullish, closing a 6.67% adjustment yesterday. Now looking at the top 5 losers chart, one would quickly see at the top 5 losers chart that they are led by Presco PLC. Presco PLC yesterday closed trading at 2,083 naira 90 kobo, making a dip of a 10% adjustment. We are seeing UAC of Nigeria PLC here. UAC of Nigeria closed trading yesterday on the dip of 9.97% at 104 naira 25 kobo. And we are seeing more risk industries here equaling the dip, yes, closing their book at 10 naira 87 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 9.94%. And moving on to Living Trust Mortgage Bank, where we are seeing that Living Trust is equaling the dip at 4 naira 82 kobo. Yes, they closed trading yesterday at 4 naira 82 kobo, which is a dip of 9.91% adjustment. And we are seeing Square 2 in the fray in the dip as well at 9.86% negative adjustment, which now brings closing at 25 naira 15 kobo. Now the Nigerian exchange saw a total of 631.3 million units of shares traded, valued at 24.12 billion across 63,842 deals. Now let's quickly take a look at top 5 stocks by volume. These are the most liquid stocks, the most liquid stocks, yes, the most liquid stocks heavily dominated by the banking sector. And the first here is we're looking at Fidelity Bank, which is they pulled a unit of volume of 142.1 million units of shares traded, and they are followed by Access Holdings. Access pulled 59.0 million units of shares. Then Zenith Bank at 39.7 million units of shares, while Jitco was able to pull 38.8 million units of shares, followed by UBA at 16.8 million units. Now the top 5 stocks by value, we're talking about stocks that accounted for the highest monetary turnover in the market as of yesterday, and we're looking at Jitco. Yeah, Jitco was able to pull in value of 4.62 billion naira, followed by Aradel Holdings. Remember Aradel Holdings? Aradel Holdings in the oil and gas sector, pulling 3.79 billion naira, one of the heavy movers in terms of value. And we're seeing Zenith Bank was equally in the fray as well, pulling 3.69 billion naira in the movers, in the value movers in the market yesterday. And then we are seeing Okomo Oil is equally part of the heavy hitters yesterday, pulling 2.7 billion naira as well. And MTN is equally on this very list, as MTN pulled in value of 1.88 billion naira. Now let's quickly take a look at the banking and oil and gas sector performance as of yesterday, and we can tell you that the banking and oil and gas sector showed contrasting results amidst a generally bearish market sentiment. Then when you look at the banking sector, the sector managed a marginal gain of 0.04%, largely supported by high liquidity as investors rebalanced portfolios ahead of the March 31st capitalization deadline. Now top performer here is Nigeria Exchange Group. The exchange itself, you heard me correctly, led the entire market with a 10% gain, closing at 186 naira 45 kobo. Now let's quickly look at volume leaders. The sectors dominated activity we told you is Fidelity Bank, Access Holdings, Zenith Bank, and then we're looking now at one of their own, speaking to Living Trust Mortgage Bank, which was a top loser yesterday, top market loser, dropping 9.91% to close at 4 naira 82 kobo. Now let's quickly look at the oil and gas sector, which edged down by 0.06%, reflecting slight profit taking after a period of strong performance earlier in the month. Now when we move forward, we'll see that the high value stocks like Aradel, remember Aradel Holdings, closing at 1,340 naira, and with Konoyi at 204 naira 40 kobo, remain flat, providing a floor for the index. Yes, Aradel Holdings recorded the second highest trading value in the entire market. Yes, they told you that at 3.79 billion naira, signaling sustained institutional interest. Now, when we look at the downside on the oil and gas sector, we're seeing that Etana PLC saw a significant dip, falling from its opening price of 51 naira to close at 47 naira as of yesterday. Now let's quickly move on to the Naira performance. Yes, the Naira performance yesterday, the Naira maintained a relative stable but slightly pressured position against major global currencies. Yes, against major global currencies. And then when we look at the rates, we are seeing that the Naira yesterday was 1,394 naira 70 kobo, slightly stable, slight recovery from 1,405 naira, against the US dollars. And when we run to the British pound, we saw naira at 1,785 naira 20 kobo, showing a depreciation by 0.3%. And against the euro, we were seeing the euro at 1,520 naira 45 kobo against euro. That's where naira had it, equally in the decline of about 0.15%. Well, let's quickly run to the parallel market or the street market. Some prefer to call it the black market, where the USD was traded between 1,450 naira to 1,475 naira. The gap between the official and parallel rates remain narrow. That's at approximately 5%, indicating that the central bank's liquidity injection are effectively curbing extreme speculation. Now let's quickly take a look at the key performance drivers of Naira yesterday, and we're seeing increased FS flow. Increased forex inflow, which yes, there was a significant boost in the diaspora remittances and foreign portfolio investments, where we are seeing, following the recent interest rate hike, has provided cushion for the Naira. Another factor here is the energy savings, where we're seeing reduced demand for petrodollar due to local refining continue to be the primary structural support for the currency stability this month. Now, quickly moving to look at the performance of Brent crude for yesterday, which we can tell you experienced extreme volatility, ultimately closing around $89.40 per barrel, making at least a slight positive adjustment of 1.82% after swinging between $86 and $101. Now, what are the factors shaping this market? And one of such factors we'll continue to mention throughout since the crisis in the Middle East is the Hormuz checkpoint, which accounts for 20% of global oil trade, currently disrupted. The security premium remains the primary driver of the $10+ daily price swings that we witness all along. And then moving to another factor is the emergency reserve release, where we're told that the IEAs, unprecedentedly, they had an unprecedented intervention, the largest in its history, where it acted as the main ceiling on prices yesterday, controlling the prices yesterday by the voluminous release, from the reserve. Another factor here is the algorithmic trading, where we saw the high frequency system triggered massive sell-offs mid-afternoon as news of potential peace negotiation hit the wire. Yes, that information triggered into the market and is somewhat impacted the market, determining the direction of the market. Now let's quickly for want of time, run to the international market. Yes, as at March yesterday, 11, 2026, we can tell you that at the international markets were dominated by war jitters and a massive intervention in the energy sector. Let's quickly take a look at this global performance, starting from the US market. Starting from the US market, where we are seeing that the market was mixed and cautious. The Dow Jones fell by 0.61%, while the S&P 500 slid by 0.08%. Nasdaq managed a tiny gain of 0.08%, buoyed by Oracle, which jumped 9.3% on a massive earnings beat. Now let's quickly look at Europe. Most major indicators closed lower. Stocks 50 down by 1% as proximity to the Middle East conflict and rising energy costs weighed on sentiment. Now looking at the Asia, let's quickly run to the Asia market where we saw a real bright spot. The Nikkei, the Japan rose by 2.1% and the Kospi South Korea gained 3.4% following a record-settling drop earlier in the week. Now over to people are asking what is the market drivers, and we'll tell you that one of such market drivers yesterday is the big oil release. We did tell you that the International Energy Agency IEA announced a record release of 400 million barrels of emergency oil reserve, the largest in history. Yes, the largest in history, to stabilize prices following the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, another factor yesterday was the inflation data. Yes, inflation data, especially from US, where consumer price index CPI came in at 2.4%, exactly as expected. While positive, the data was largely ignored as traders focused on geopolitical risk. Yes, another factor here is cyber attacks. A major cyber attack on medical giant Stryker sent its stock down over 3.6%, adding to general market nervousness. And then we'll quickly run along to take a look at the commodities and forex. We'll tell you that Brent crude was highly volatile, settling near $89.40 per barrel after briefly spiking to above $101. Dollar index edged higher to 104.5%, acting as a safe haven as international currencies, especially the euro and yen, remained under pressure. Now quickly to our market forecast for today. Yes, our market forecast for today is that the market, today being Thursday, March 12th, that the market is expected to open with a mixed to bullish bias driven by a global oil price surge and a critical countdown in the banking sector. Yes, let's quickly look at what the equities Nigerian exchange will look like, and we're telling you that we'll see a bullish recovery. Yes, that is after a marginal 0.09% dip yesterday. We're expecting a rebound, and then the index is hovering near the 196,000 point mark. Now let's shift our focus on the banking sector. I will tell you that activities will be intense as the March 31st recapitalization deadline, now only 19 days away, drives flight to safety towards 23 banks, yes, already confirmed to have CBN requirements. Yes, and then let's take a little look at the oil and gas momentum. It's expected that this will continue. Interest in Aradel and Seplat will continue to headline the oil and gas sector, and that will be equally applicable today as well, with Brent crude volatile near 90 to 100 US dollars. So you just have to hold on to Aradel and Seplat. These tickers are the primary hedge for local investors. And when we quickly look at Naira, the currency markets, we are projecting that the Naira is expected to hold between 1,385 and 1,410 Naira in the official market. Yes, and then we'll tell you that will be supported by high crude oil prices, yes, which are expected, and we're expecting it to have a fresh lifeline, boosting external reserve towards 51 billion US dollars target and providing CBN with more firepower to defend the currency. And when you take a look at global oil, prices are oscillating between 89 to 98 dollar per barrel. Yes, and then the market is caught between the war premium, talking about the tension from the Strait of Hormuz, and the supply cushion, which the IEA already released about 400 barrel. This is how the forecast for today will go. And looking at the impacts on Nigeria, you talk about a windfall with a sting, higher government revenue, but increased pressure on domestic fuel prices, which have spiked towards 1,300 per liter, 1,500, depending on the divide or the region or the state you are in Nigeria. Yes, and what is our action call for today? Our advice is that investors should prioritize liquidity and quality over speculative gain. That should be your position for today. Yes, prioritize liquidity and quality over speculative gains, and that's where we'll be drawing the curtains today on Aneke TV's Business Desk. I'm Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten. Context does. Analysis does. Perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective. Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. Headlines. Nigeria introduces long-acting HIV prevention injection. Enugu police arrest 5,895 suspects. Rescue 168 kidnapped victims in 1 year. On the foreign scene, Senegalese parliament approves tougher law on same-sex relations. Criminalizes LBGT promotion. On business, President Tinubu nominates Lamido Yuguda as Central Bank Deputy Governor. Now the news in details. The federal government has confirmed the arrival of lenacapavir, a long-acting injectable drug for the prevention of HIV infection, marking a major milestone in Nigeria's public health response. The announcement was made by the National Coordinator of the National AIDS and STDs Control Program, Dr. Adebobola Bashorun, who described the development as a decisive step toward achieving epidemic control in the country. Unlike conventional daily oral medications used for HIV prevention, the new injectable is administered only twice a year, significantly reducing the burden of daily adherence for people at risk of infection. Health authorities say the innovation will provide a more convenient and effective prevention option, particularly for vulnerable populations. The rollout of the drug has been approved by the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, with technical and financial support from the Global Fund. The initiative is expected to address persistent challenges such as treatment fatigue and poor adherence associated with daily preventive medication. Officials say Nigeria is among about 120 countries benefiting from voluntary licensing arrangement that will make the drug available for an estimated cost of $40 per person annually. The Federal Ministry of Health says strategic deployment of the medicine will strengthen national prevention efforts and accelerate progress toward ending HIV as a public health threat. The Nigerian Senate has confirmed Mr. Taiwo Oyedele as Minister of State for Finance following a screening exercise that lasted about 2 hours at plenary. The President of the Senate, Chief Godswill Akpabio, announced the confirmation after lawmakers in the Committee of the Whole adopted a voice vote in favor of the nominee. Mr. Oyedele, who until his nomination served as chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, is expected to succeed Mrs. Doris Uzoka Aneta in the position. The confirmation forms part of efforts by the federal government to strengthen fiscal management and economic reform implementation. During the screening, the economist and public policy expert described the appointment as a call to national service at a time when Nigeria faces significant fiscal challenges. With over 2 decades of experience across private sector, policy advisory, and academia, he pledged to deploy his expertise towards sustainable economic growth. Mr. Oyedele gained national recognition for leading the committee that designed Nigeria's recent tax reform framework aimed at improving revenue generation and simplifying the tax system. Having secured Senate confirmation, he now awaits formal swearing in by President Bola Tinubu to assume office. The Federal Ministry of Defense has commenced a comprehensive review of Nigeria's anti-terrorism strategy across all theaters of military operations. The move was announced by the Minister of Defense, General Christopher Gobin Musa, during a strategic meeting with the National Service Chiefs in Abuja. The review follows renewed calls by the Senate and House of Representatives for security agencies to intensify intelligence gathering and strengthen joint operations to dismantle terrorist networks across the country. Lawmakers expressed concern over recent coordinated attacks on some military bases, particularly in the northeast. General Musa confirmed that the armed forces recorded casualties during the recent assaults, but noted that terrorist group suffered heavier losses during the engagements. He maintained that ongoing operations remained focused on neutralizing insurgent elements and restoring stability to affected regions. The defense minister reassured Nigerians that the armed forces remain committed to securing the country and urged the public not to be misled by the misinformation circulating on social media. According to him, false narratives can undermine troop morale and distort public understanding of ongoing military operations. The chairman of the Police Service Commission, retired Deputy Inspector General of Police Hashimu Agungu, has called for a fundamental review of Nigeria's security architecture as the federal government advances plans to establish state police. He made the call during a consultative meeting with the Committee for the Implementation of State Police in Abuja. Agungu stressed that the proposed decentralized policing system can only succeed if policymakers first identify the operational weaknesses within the existing centralized framework. According to him, understanding the root causes of the current system's limitations is critical to designing an effective alternative. The Commission's chairman also urged the committee to examine international best practices in federal policing systems, noting the lessons from other countries could guide Nigeria in developing a structure suited for modern security challenges. He further advocated a clear distinction between federal and state offenses alongside the modernization of outdated laws. Chairman of the Implementation Committee, Mr. Olu Ogunsakin, acknowledged the Police Service Commission as a key institutional partner in the reform process. He said the committee is working to develop a comprehensive framework covering recruitment standards, training systems, operational oversight, and resource allocation for the proposed state police structure. The Enugu State Police Command says it has recorded significant breakthroughs in crime control, arresting 5,895 suspects for various offenses and rescuing 168 kidnapped victims within the past 1 year through sustained intelligence-driven operations across the state. The Commissioner of Police in Enugu State, Mr. Maman Bitrus Giwa, disclosed this during a press briefing at the command headquarters in Enugu while reviewing the command's operational achievements since assuming office on March 11, 2025. Aneke TV correspondent Sharon Uchi completes the story.
The Commissioner of Police in Enugu State, Mr. Maman Bitrus Giwa, says the command arrested 5,895 suspects for various criminal offenses and rescued 168 kidnapped victims within the past 1 year. Mr. Giwa announced during a news conference at the Enugu State Police Command headquarters while reviewing the command's operational achievements since assuming office on March 11, 2025. He said the arrests include 148 suspects for armed robbery, 158 for murder-related offenses, and 48 for unlawful possession of firearms, while 39 suspects were arrested for rape and defilement.
Proactive crime fighting approach has yielded several operational successes within the past year. A summary of these successes is presented as follows. Arrests. 148 suspects were arrested for armed robbery. Armed robbery, a total of 148 suspects. Kidnapping, a total of 129 suspects. A total of 129 suspects arrested for the offense of kidnapping. Murder, we arrested a total of 158 suspects for murder. Then 48 suspects were arrested for unlawful possession of firearms and ammunition. 39 suspects were also arrested for cases involving rape or defilement, while a total of 210 suspects were arrested for cases bordering on cultism, illegal drug trafficking, and related crimes. On the whole, we have a total of 5,895 suspects, all arrested for various offenses in the past 1 year.
The commissioner added that 210 suspects were apprehended for cultism and drug-related offenses, while more than 5,000 others were arrested for crimes, including stealing, vandalism, fraud, and housebreaking. Mr. Giwa also disclosed that 105 firearms, including 22 AK-47 rifles, 665 rounds of ammunition, and 118 stolen vehicles were recovered during security operations across the state.
Rescues. A total of 168 abducted victims were successfully rescued, while we've been able to recover a total of 105 firearms, including 22 AK-47 rifles, 1 G3 automatic rifles, with a total of 665 rounds of live ammunition of various calibers. We also have a total of 118 stolen, snatched or abandoned vehicles also recovered. Additionally, large quantities of illicit drugs and other incriminating exhibits were recovered during these operations. The highlighted cases represent only a few examples of the successes the command has achieved under my watch through proactive, intelligence-led policing and operational coordination.
Highlighting recent breakthroughs, he said police operatives rescued 12 kidnapped victims in Iweze, North local government area, and arrested 3 suspects linked to the adoption. The commissioner further revealed that operatives disrupted a black axe cult initiation in Udenu local government area, arresting 13 suspects after an exchange of gunfire.
We're now going to prosecution of criminal cases. Many of the criminal cases recorded have already been charged to court, with suspects remanded in Nigerian Correctional Service custody. Investigations into the more recent cases are ongoing, and upon conclusion, the cases will also be duly prosecuted. Specifically, the prosecution of the cases in the past 1 year since my assumption of duty is presented as follows. Number of cases prosecuted. A total of 1,248 cases have so far been prosecuted, out of which so far we have already gained 237 convictions. Cases that are still undergoing investigation at the moment, we have 368. So, having said all this, I want to most sincerely appreciate our Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Rilwan Diso, PSC Daga MPM.
On prosecution, the commissioner said 1,248 cases were charged to court within the period, with 237 convictions secured. He commended the governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Mba, sister security agencies, and residents for their support, and reaffirmed the command's commitment to strengthening security across the state. I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has reaffirmed its commitment to improving the welfare and professional development of female officers within the agency. The executive chairman of the commission, Mr. Ola Olukoyede, made this known during a seminar held in Abuja to mark International Women's Day 2026. Mr. Olukoyede said the EFCC leadership is prioritizing policies that promote a more inclusive and supportive workplace environment for women in the organization. He emphasized that emotional well-being, career growth, and workplace dignity remain central to the Commission's human resource reforms. Among the new initiatives announced is the establishment of on-site crèches in EFCC offices across the country to support nursing mothers. The Commission has also activated a strict sexual harassment and workplace bullying policy designed to protect female officers from misconduct and discrimination. Acting Director of Staff Welfare at the Commission, Mrs. Felicia Timothy, commended the leadership for increasing female representation in senior management positions. She said the initiative has boosted morale among female personnel and reinforced the Commission's commitment to gender inclusion within Nigeria's law enforcement system. A Chief Magistrate Court sitting in Buhari, Abuja, has authorized the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission (ICPC) to detain former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasser Ahmad Al-Rufai for an additional 14 days. The order was granted by Chief Magistrate Okechukwu John Apweke to enable investigators conclude ongoing inquiries into allegations of money laundering and abuse of office. The court's ruling extends to the former governor's remand in custody until at least March 19, 2026, pending the completion of investigations. The SCPC had earlier requested additional time to examine petitions and conduct further interrogations linked to financial transactions during his tenure as governor. Counsel to the former governor has challenged the detention order, arguing that the continued remand amounts to an abuse of judicial process and exceeds the jurisdiction of the magistrate court. The defense team has therefore filed an application seeking to set aside the order. The court is scheduled to rule on the defense application on March 17, 2026. The outcome of the hearing will determine whether the former governor will be released or remain in custody while the anti-corruption agency finalizes its investigation. A member of the Abia State House of Assembly representing Ohafia North constituency, Honorable Mandela Obasi, has defected from the People's Democratic Party to the Labour Party. The lawmaker announced the decision after a meeting with Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti and Deputy Governor Engineer Ikechukwu Emetu at the governor's country home in Vosi. Honorable Obasi, a three-term legislator, said his decision was influenced by what he described as the developmental strides of the current administration in the state. He also cited internal crisis within People's Democratic Party as a major factor behind his departure. The lawmaker criticized the internal structure of the party, alleging that several members maintain political loyalties to other parties, thereby weakening the organization's cohesion and direction within the state. Political observers say the defection further alters the balance of power in the Abia State House of Assembly. With the development, the People's Democratic Party is left with only one representative in the legislature as the Labour Party continues to consolidate its influence in the state. The House of Representatives has passed a further amendment to the Electoral Act 2026, introducing new provisions aimed at addressing the issue of dual political party membership in Nigeria. The amendment was considered and adopted during plenary after passing through first and second readings as well as committee stage. The new provisions introduce three additional clauses to Section 77 of the Electoral Act, which deals with membership of political parties. Under the amendment, any individual found guilty of belonging to two political parties simultaneously could face a fine of 10 million naira, a maximum prison sentence of 2 years, and automatic loss of membership in both parties. Chairman of the House Committee on University Education, Honorable Abubakar Fulata, however, raised concerns that the proposed amendment might conflict with Section 40 of the 1999 Constitution, which guarantees freedom of association. He called for careful legal interpretation to avoid constitutional contradictions. The Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Benjamin Okezie Kalu, who presided over the session, defended the amendment, stating that dual party membership amounts to fraudulent misrepresentation. He said individuals seeking political participation should clearly identify with a single political platform that reflects their ideological convictions. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Nigeria introduces long-acting HIV prevention injection. Enugu State Police Command arrests 5,895 suspects, rescues 168 kidnapped victims within 1 year. Coming up shortly, Senegalese parliament approves tougher law on same-sex relations, criminalizes LGBT promotion. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu nominates Lamido Abubakar Yuguda as deputy governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. We'll be right back.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is
Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Senegal's National Assembly has unanimously approved a bill strengthening penalties for same-sex relations in the country. Lawmakers voted 135-0 in favor of the legislation, which increases the maximum prison sentence for what the law describes as acts against nature from 5 years to 10 years imprisonment. The new legislation also introduces financial penalties up to 10 million CFA francs for individuals convicted under the law. In addition, the bill removes the possibility of suspended sentences, meaning convicted persons must serve jail terms if found guilty by the courts. The measure further criminalizes the promotion, advocacy, or financing of activities linked to homosexuality or gender identity programs. Supporters of the bill argue that the amendment clarifies earlier provisions in Senegal's criminal code and reflects what they describe as prevailing social and cultural values within the country. Human rights organizations have criticized the legislation, warning that it could increase arrest and discrimination against vulnerable populations. The development places Senegal among several West African countries currently debating on strengthening laws related to sexual conduct and social values. Diplomatic tensions have emerged between South Africa and the United States following remarks made by the newly appointed U.S. ambassador to South Africa, Mr. Lew Brent Bosel III. The South African government summoned the envoy after comments he made during a conference regarding the controversial liberation chant popularly known as Kill the Boer. South Africa's Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Mr. Ronald Lamola, described the ambassador's remark as undiplomatic and an intrusion into issues already addressed by the country's judiciary. South African courts had previously ruled that the chant, although controversial, does not constitute unlawful hate speech within the country's legal framework. Director General of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, Mr. Zane Dango, confirmed that Ambassador Bosel later expressed regret over the comments during a meeting with government officials. The South African government emphasized that foreign diplomats are expected to respect the country's legal institutions and historical context. The diplomatic disagreement comes amid broader tensions between Pretoria and Washington on several international policy issues. These include South Africa's stance on global conflicts, its black economic empowerment policy framework, and its legal actions at international courts concerning foreign policy disputes. President Donald Trump has stated that the United States has achieved a decisive military victory over Iran following a recent escalation of hostilities between the two countries. The U.S. president made the declaration during a political rally in Hebron, Kentucky, where he expressed supporters on Wednesday. President Trump claimed that U.S. forces quickly established dominance at the early stage of the conflict. According to him, American military operations destroyed dozens of Iranian naval assets and significantly weakened Iran's operational military capacity. Despite the declaration of victory, the president indicated that American troops may remain deployed in the region for some time. He said the continued presence is necessary to stabilize the situation and prevent resurgence of hostilities in the aftermath of the confrontation. Analysts say the development underscores ongoing geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. International observers are closely monitoring the situation, as any prolonged military presence could have broader implications for regional security and global diplomatic relations. India's national drug regulator has issued a warning to pharmaceutical companies against the promotion of prescription-only weight loss medications to the public. The directive was issued by the Central Drug Standard Control Organization, the country's primary regulatory authority for medicines and medical devices. The agency noted that several obesity awareness campaigns circulating on social media platforms and in public spaces may constitute indirect advertising for restricted pharmaceutical products. Under Indian law, the prescription drugs cannot be marketed directly to the general public. India's Drug Controller General Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi emphasized that obesity is a complex metabolic condition requiring long-term lifestyle management and medical supervision. He cautioned pharmaceutical firms against creating unrealistic expectations about rapid weight loss through medication alone. The advisory comes as global pharmaceutical companies intensify competition in the obesity treatment market. India, which is projected to have one of the largest overweight populations by 2050, is also preparing for the introduction of generic versions of widely used weight management drugs. Portugal's National Intelligence Agency, the Serviço de Informações de Segurança (SIS), has issued a warning about an international cyber espionage campaign targeting senior government officials and military personnel. The alert states that hackers are attempting to compromise accounts on secure messaging platforms such as WhatsApp and Signal. According to the intelligence service, the attackers are not breaking the encryption of the application themselves. Instead, they are using sophisticated social engineering techniques to deceive users into revealing login credentials or sensitive personal information. Security officials say once access is gained, attackers can infiltrate private group chats and retrieve confidential documents shared among officials. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has nominated Mr. Lamido Abubakar Yuguda for appointment as Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. The nomination was announced by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Mr. Bayo Onanuga. The appointment is subject to confirmation by the Nigerian Senate in line with constitutional provisions governing leadership of the Apex Bank. The nomination forms part of efforts by the federal government to strengthen the leadership structure of the Central Bank. Mr. Yuguda previously served as Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission from 2020 to 2024. Before that role, he spent several years at the Central Bank of Nigeria, where he rose through the ranks and retired as Director of Reserve Management in 2016. The Enugu State government has announced plans to generate up to 1,000 megawatts of electricity through the development of the state's coal resources. The Special Advisor to the Governor on Solid Minerals and Mining, Mr. Samuel Okoro, disclosed the plan during a press briefing at the government house in Enugu. Mr. Okoro said recent geological surveys indicate that coal deposits in the state may significantly exceed earlier estimates of 300 million tons. According to him, the new data provides a strong foundation for large-scale energy and industrial development projects. As part of regulatory reforms, the state government has shut down more than 40 illegal mining operations in locations including Apuke and Ozala. Now in sports, Nigeria's senior women's basketball team, the Tigers, has opened its FIBA Women's World Cup qualifying campaign with a dominant victory over Colombia. The African champions defeated their opponent 17 points to 37 in a group stage match played in France. The Tigers forward Victoria Makule led Nigeria scoring with 13 points, while Ifunanya Okoro added 10 points from the backcourt. The team will next face South Korea in their subsequent group fixture as they continue their quest for qualification to the World Cup tournament. Now in entertainment, Nigerian filmmaker and entrepreneur Mr. Kunle Afolayan has expressed concern over rising operational costs at its production facility, KAP Film Village, sitting in sharp increase in diesel prices. The award-winning director made the remarks in a video shared on his social media platforms. And finally, before we go on news around the globe on Aneke TV, a recap of our top stories. The Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare has confirmed the introduction of lenacapavir, a long-acting injectable drug for HIV prevention in Nigeria. The national coordinator of the National AIDS, Viral Hepatitis and STDs Control Program, Dr. Adebobola Bashorun, announced that the injection, administered twice a year, has been approved by the coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare. Professor Muhammad Ali Pate, health authorities say the innovation is expected to strengthen Nigeria's HIV prevention strategy and help the country move closer to achieving epidemic control. The Enugu State Police Command said it recorded major operational successes in crime prevention and law enforcement, with the arrest of 5,895 suspects for various criminal offenses and the rescue of 168 kidnapped victims within the past 1 year. That's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media, because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
As technology continues to advance, artificial intelligence is finding its way into every aspect of our lives, including education. But as school experience with AI teachers and virtual classrooms, one question remains: can we trust AI to educate our children? Today we hit the street to find out what Nigerians think.
I wouldn't trust AI to, but they can inform. There's a difference between education and information. Education is like training, taking over. You have a teacher in school. You should listen to your lecturer. It's not about what somebody says. Or this is garbage in, garbage out. Even those of us who use computer know that at a stage computer gets confused on which word to put. The same thing applies to those of you who use Google to travel. At a stage, Google can carry you to another place. So you can consult AI when the need arises. It's especially for research work. If you are writing your project now, there are things you want to get to know. You ask AI. AI will tell you. You put it in your work. Or if you are a student, for instance, or you are doing a research. Not that things you are supposed to learn in school, then you drop it and AI will take over.
Yeah. Because it's more understanding than anything. It's more they are more understanding.
One thing there is that change is the only thing that is constant. In this era, if you say that you wouldn't want your children to learn through AI or whatever, that means you don't understand the extent that AI is going. Yes, of course, they must have to learn through the use of AI, but that cannot replace the involvement of human beings, because AI may be efficient, but it doesn't have that empathy that human beings have. So there are certain things embedded in nature, made by God himself, that no technology can reproduce. And those things are why we cannot ignore certain other things that must be brought in, even as we use technology. But as for whether I would want my children to imbibe the AI stuff, that one is certain, because this is the era for it. A lot of things are now being done using AI.
I prefer human being. AI is a robot. It's not everything that he knows. But human being, naturally, there are some things he explained. It's not just, how do I put it? It's sometimes you ask questions and human being explain with nature. But robot don't know anything about nature. He cannot explain. It's only what he thinks is better. Let me just say, most of the time, ask AI a question, he will say he don't know it. But as a human, once you are educated and you exist, you just have a little reference to what someone has, even if you cannot tell the full detail of that, but you can give out something that the person will hold on.
I trust AI to educate me because it's an artificial intelligence which can make you to be computer literate, that will guide you, and also you can use it to empower yourself in order for you to be financial dependent. It can lecture you into technology aspect of life, which you can use it to produce a lot of things and be useful to yourself. I don't think that there is any negative side of it, because for my children, it helps them in solving their homework, which there is artificial AI, that is artificial intelligence app, that is in my phone, that will help my son to do some of his homework by himself in mathematics.
AI, there is the human factor. AI is not as calculative. AI cannot calculate, okay, this is what you need. For example, when you say my educational level, you mean as like different professions now. So for example, in medicine, AI does not have experience. So AI cannot train me according to what's happening in real life situation. It only has intelligence. There's intelligence and there's real life circumstance. So AI can't give practical examples. So in the negative side, I realized maybe it can make people become lazy, because every little thing people now jump to AI. It can reduce their intelligence quotient, because what makes people intelligent is stress their mind to think more. So AI can make people stop thinking, and which is now reducing their intelligence quotient, which means that whenever there is no AI, they can't function properly.
I prefer human beings to educate my children, because I think they most had a knowledge about education. AI just came like a year ago or 2 years ago. In as much as, yes, the world is internet based and AI is what is the main issue right now, but I would still prefer a human than AI. Concerning our society these days, the children these days are so internet inclined. So, and we parents these days are trying to be very, very careful with what our children see online. So, if my child is above 16, I can trust AI. But below that age, I wouldn't want to, because of what is in the internet these days.
The opinions on AI education are mixed. While some see it as future of learning, others remain cautious. One thing is clear: as technology shapes our classrooms, the conversation about trust, qualities, and human touch in education is only just beginning. I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential,
The question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable ethical leadership. Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. They are instruments of trust and stability. Merkel's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Ardern's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear. Citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments on social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass. From Watergate in the United States to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea, responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrate the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, and grassroots civic actions globally show that organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal, it is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose. Bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Remember, they say no matter how long the night, the day is sure to break. Yes, The sun is up, the coffee is hot, and we are here to make sure you don't just witness this day, you own it. So, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to inform, motivate, and of course, refresh.
It's Thursday, 12th day of March 2026. So it's another new and wonderful edition of Sunrise. It's a power-packed morning with the latest news, weather, business, stock update, hot topics, and that Sunrise spark to help you on the day.
So, grab that cup of coffee or tea, relax, enjoy the cruise, because the sunrise is here.
Coming up shortly, we kick things off with our quote of the day, something thoughtful to shift your perspective and help you stay well-driven or focused.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot and tasty.
Alright, we'll also give you a full weather forecast for cities across the southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
And later we'll wrap things up by bringing to you the business updates and of course the sports information from Sports Oracle himself.
Alright, we go to the quote of the day, and it is our inspiration segment where we motivate and also give you something to go by the day. It says, if you want to go fast, yes, go alone. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with others. It's from an African proverb. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with others. This powerful quote reminds us that life is not just about speed, but about endurance, impact, and lasting success. When a person chooses to go alone, they may move quickly because they depend only on their own decisions and actions. There are fewer delays, fewer opinions, and fewer compromises. That is why sometimes people achieve quick results when they walk alone. However, going alone has its own limits. One person can only do so much. Energy gets exhausted. Ideas become limited, and challenges may become overwhelming without support. What seems fast at the beginning may not last for a long time. But when people choose to go with others, they may move slower at first because teamwork requires patience, understanding, cooperation, and shared planning. Different people bring different ideas, trends, and perspectives. Decisions may take longer because everyone must align with the same vision, yes. Yet, in the long run, teamwork creates something stronger and more sustainable. When people work together, they support one another during difficult moments. When one person gets tired, of course, another provides strength. When one person lacks an idea, another brings creativity. Together, we can overcome obstacles that would be impossible for one person to go alone. Now, the message is that simple but powerful. Success that lasts is rarely built alone. Through progress, lasting achievements, and meaningful impact often come from collaboration, unity, and shared effort. So in life, learn when to move alone for speed, but never forget that the journey that truly goes far is the one walked with others.
All right, thank you very much. Looking at this quote from the African proverbs, and I would say the words of our fathers, which is always filled with wisdom. And looking at the quote this morning, where we're being told that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with others. Maybe quite in contrast with the reality of our time, where people are becoming more and more individualistic by day. There is no longer the communal collaboration that we saw in the times here. The more civilization and globalization, we see more individualization in the way people relate and handle issues around them. But beyond that, the watchword here, is on teamwork, on collaboration. I remember the days in villages in Africa, especially as was portrayed by Chinua Achebe and other African writers, when we come under the intensity of the moon to tell stories, where we fraternize and eat together, where age groups and age grades speak, harmonize, and take turn to help each other. In one person's farm today, another person's leaking roof tomorrow. That was communal effort. We thrived. We were better than the globalist, individualistic approach to life today. And our fathers, through these proverbs, are telling us that teamwork is the watchword. So, I speak to you this morning. If you are in your office, it should all be about teamwork. Results, better results, faster results may be achieved better through team bonding, team work. That should be a better way to go. That is to say, collaborating with your colleague for greater good. And beyond that, even if you're in the marketplace, because I love to run to Obete market, I love to start the morning with what is happening in our area. I love to know and speak to people at the main market or Ogige in Osoka, because you know our people are entrepreneurs. Even when I go to Alaba, you meet our people. Go through Sabongiri market, you see our brethren, our kids and kin there. And I say, if you find yourself in the marketplace this morning and you've opened your shop, warehouse or stall, that one thing from this quote is that they need to collaborate with others. It will help you grow faster as an entrepreneur. Collaboration. Yes, collaboration will help you. And that's where our fathers are saying that when you want to go far, you have to go with others. Beyond that, by collaborating, you'll be able to move faster. Perhaps you are just an ordinary distributor where you are and you're feeling content. We'll tell you, through collaboration, perhaps you may go faster into importation. Why stop being a distributor when you can be an importer of similar products or same product? Then, are you just an importer and you're excited that you've risen? No, there's another level, that collaboration with partners, colleagues in the market will help you get to. You can go beyond being an importer to being a producer of similar product. When you collaborate, you see different dimension. The earth will open up further. You will see opportunities that you alone cannot and will not imagine. So, speaking to the quote, it takes us this morning that there is need for us to harmonize, come together, that we will achieve more, that there is strength in unity. That's what the African proverb is telling us this morning. So, rise from where you are, realizing that perhaps you may not do it alone, that success may lie in being united.
All right, thank you very much for that. We go on a short break and we'll be right back with the weather report. Good morning, Oka. The day will be sunny with scattered clouds and the temperature is expected to rise around 36 degrees, dropping to about 24 degrees overnight. Humidity levels may make the weather feel warmer than usual.
Good morning, Coast City, and welcome to Enugu. Enugu will feel warm today, with temperatures rising to about 38 degrees Celsius during the afternoon, dropping to around 24 degrees Celsius at night. The heat may feel intense, so residents are advised to stay hydrated and avoid prolonged sun exposure.
Good morning, Abakaliki, Ebonyi State. The day will be hot and partly cloudy, with the afternoon temperature reaching approximately 37 degrees before cooling down to around 24 degrees at night.
And good morning, Imo State. Welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Owerri will be hot as well today, especially during the day, and cloudy skies later, with a brief thunderstorm which may come in later. Daytime temperature is expected to come around 37 degrees Celsius, while the night will be cooler at about 24 degrees.
And finally, on weather updates, good morning, Umuahia, Abia State. Umuahia residents should also prepare for warm and partly cloud weather, with temperatures climbing to about 36 degrees during the day and easing to around 24 degrees in the evening. A slight chance of rainfall may occur later in the day.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, keep an umbrella handy, but do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise at Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose odds is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. You're still tuning to Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines across major newspapers today: The Nation, The Punch, Vanguard, Sun, and The Guidance newspaper. Now we go over to The Nation newspaper, the headline, which says, Wike-backed PDP faction leads stems for reconciliation. Wike-backed PDP faction leads stems for reconciliation. Then we go on the Punch headline, where we have monopoly fears rise as Dangote controls 14.4 trillion naira petrol market. On the Punch, it says monopoly fears rise as Dangote controls 14.4 trillion naira petrol market. Now on the Vanguard headline, we have Middle East war. Despite Dangote refinery's price cut, petrol is still 1,300 naira per liter. Now we go down to the Guardian, which where we're having Senate confirms Oyedele appointment as minister. Senate confirms Oyedele appointment as minister. And still on the Guardian headline, we have World Kidney Day. Caregivers groan as dialysis hits 80,000 naira per session. Transplant 30 million naira. World Kidney Day. Caregivers groan as dialysis hits 80,000 naira per session. Transplant 30 million naira. Now we go over to the Sun newspaper, where we are having 2027 representatives approve fresh amendment to Electoral Act. 2027 representatives approve fresh amendment to Electoral Act. Now finally we go over to the Daily Trust, which says the Electoral Act cross-carpet crackdown traps politicians. Cross-carpet crackdown traps politicians. Now we go back to The Nation, where we're going to have our where we're going to start our commentary today, which says Wike-backed PDP faction leads stems for reconciliation. Wike-backed faction leads stems for reconciliation. A section of the People's Democratic Party loyal to Nyesom Wike has outlined specific conditions for reconciliation within the party. The group says unity can only be achieved if certain demands are met to address grievances and restore balance. The move is part of ongoing efforts to resolve internal disputes and strengthen the party ahead of future political contests.
All right, when we'll take a look at this newspaper headline, it's not far different from the several headlines we've seen regarding this issue. There is no longer news about the crisis in the PDP, but what has become news is that somehow the judgment from the appeal court has thrust upon us a fractured PDP, making it quite obvious to us that the PDP is fractured, is cracked, that there is no semblance of unity in the PDP. That's what the judgment has done by, setting aside the convention of 16th November, the court not recognizing that convention orchestrated by the governors Sheyi Makinde and governor of Bauchi State group, which elected Taminu Traki as the chairman. The court nullified the convention. In all, the court was saying that whatever happened, there is a charade. And beyond that, in his wisdom, in the judgment entered into by Justice Joyce Abdulmalik, in presence of Justice Peter Lefau and Justice James Omotosho, they equally in their wisdom did, recognize the suspension of Sam Anyanwu, Senator Samuel Anyanwu, and in essence, he has, rather than resolving the crisis, in consolidating the 9-point consolidated grounds for decision, they have made it quite obvious that yes, the PDP is no longer the same. Now, having said that, what we've witnessed is a situation where the Makinde group, are speaking to or looking and exploring their options, perhaps to get to Supreme Court for further interpretation. But we did have on good authority yesterday that both factions are beginning to reach out to one another, either through back channel or other channels, in order to find a common ground. But one may want to ask, upon which premise would that common ground be? When you look at what are the issues here, I think that the PDP of today, has a divergence in ideas. They are at a point where the whole PDP family cannot speak with one voice. And how would you get a PDP where you have divergent views, as symbolized by the current FCT minister, who has taken a position with this government, which the PDP is supposed to play opposition to? So I do not, in all fairness to the PDP, see them, coming together to be the PDP of old. And sorry, a lot of Nigerians may be quite disappointed, being that they are so used to a PDP, a formidable PDP. But I tell you, if all, or bearing the absence of any miraculous happening, you may not and we may not have PDP as it were. I tell you, PDP is balkanized. PDP is beyond the word fragmentation may be an understatement to the decay that has taken place in PDP over time. You've seen the Wike faction, coming up now to state, times for reconciliation. Now, the question remains, what kind of reconciliation will you have if the interests cannot align? A greater number of people in the PDP, I do not see them wanting to toe the position of the FCT minister, Yeson Wike's faction, at the whole, at the climax of this crisis, when the Sam Anyanwu and the National Legal Advisor of the PDP were suspended or expelled from the party, they had to go and form a caretaker committee, which as we speak seems to be, the legally recognized faction in a way. They formed a caretaker committee chaired by Abdurrahman, Mohammed, and with the suspended National PDP secretary as the secretary of this caretaker committee. Now, a faction is now stating the grand rule for this whole ground for reconciliation. And one of such grounds is that they've set a date and time for a congress or convention of PDP, which they maintain is sacrosanct. And if one, takes from the feelers coming from the BOT chairman, now we have two BOT chairman. One is a BOT chairman led under the leadership of Adolphus Wabra, which is in bed with the Turaki, group, or the Makinde, the governors group, because PDP are left with two governors. In fact, the two governors yet to, move, who are still domiciled, Governor Bala Mohammed and Governor Sheyi Makinde. So these are the other faction where Adolphus Wabra is the BOT chairman. And though Adolphus Wabra did, openly reject the court ruling on these issues, but still left the window open for reconciliation. And while the BOT chairman of the Wike faction, Sam Ohabunwa, called for unity, they keep speaking to, the issue that the convention should be sacrosanct and be upheld by Wike, Sheyi Makinde fashion, and he did, advise them not to go to the Supreme Court. Well, we did at one point here the FT minister saying that even if they go to Supreme Court, which is the legal right of every Nigerian, that they will be ready and they will be waiting for them. Now, having said all that, what are the grand norms for this reconciliation? And will the grand norms for the yardstick set by a faction of this group be the benchmark for peace to return to PDP? I, for one, I do not see that happening. But when one looks at it, what are they asking for? This whole headline, emanates for me from the visit, paid to the FCT minister by the Senate Minority Leader Abba Moro and Kingsley Cheda of the House of Rep, where they were, speaking with the, I should say, pleading with the FCT minister so that there will be room for reconciliation. In saying that, the FCT minister, in his usual characteristic, did say that if the Makinde factions and any member of the PDP who is coming for reconciliation should come, being transparent with sincerity of intention. I may not be able to interpret what this sincerity of intention means, by the what he means by that, but they know each other and they understand themselves better. And in this case, he is saying that they must recognize the caretaker committee led by Abraham Mohammed. In this case, we know that politics is game of interest and is a game of give and take. You must be able to, yield some grants and then consolidate some. So one still stands to look at and understand how the Sheyi Makinde faction would toe to the dictates of the FCT ministers led group, who are saying that they have to recognize the caretaker committee and above all that they should abide to the sanctity of a congress or convention that they have faced. How would they face a convention or a congress without both parties unifying and having a common ground? Like I did say, politics is about interest and give and take. So if there is a meaningful stride for peace, what one would expect is that both groups should sit down and harmonize. But let me tell you what, I hastening against this issue, and I say, and I keep saying that the PDP may not be in the ballot going into 2027 election. How would they, if they are still speaking in fragmented tones, where would they achieve that unified front to be able to meet the stipulated, Aneke guideline as to hold their convention and congresses that would be recognized by a court of competent jurisdiction? These are the issues here. So in all intents and purposes, one may continue to flicker on the sidelines, looking at it from the perimeter of a PDP that will no longer be an opposition party. Perhaps if there should be a PDP in the ballot going into 2027, it will be a PDP that may be in coalition with the ruling APC, because I do not see Nyesom Wike, who as it is the sole proprietor, the sole determiner, and the sole individual in the PDAPC. He has become, a political general in the PDAPC, unifying and charting the course for what the acronym that we've come to know as the PDAPC. And what is PDAPC? It is a PDP that is aligned as a dining table for the ruling APC, which is what the FCT minister champions. He publicly mentioned that he is and will continue to be against any individual or group of persons who are working against the interests of Mr. President going into 2027 election. So there, one would not begin to look where the PDP apparatchik as it is presently, led or championed by Governor Sheyi Makinde and Bala Mohammed and other interests, being aligning with the position of the FCT minister that will continue to project the PDP as a dining table for the APC. I do not see a reconciliation that will be formidable, that will be such to trust a unified opposition candidate of the PDP going into next election. I see far more, like I'm telling you, a PDP that will endorse the ruling APC going into 2027. In fact, for me, that is far more achievable than a unified PDP where we'll see, a sellable candidate getting through the, electoral guidelines to be fielded as a challenger to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I still wait to see the wonders, like they keep saying, that politics, anything can happen in a day. So I am keen and watching to see this happen. But in all intent and purposes, like I do say, I do not see a PDP that would come back from this structural defect to stand going into 2027 election. Sorry for people who are hoping and believing in the PDP. And I tell you one thing, the old PDP isn't coming back. I do not see it happening. Perhaps we may have a new breed of party members who would want to toe the dictates of the founding fathers of the PDP as a unifying, party for the nation, where interests will be aligned, not where selfish personal interests will be projected at the forefront. Then one now begins to ask the question, what is the cause of this very whole scenario we are witnessing? And the answer is not far-fetched. It deals with self-ego. It deals with self-interest. Because one will ask, when you look at the FCT minister at one side and you see the Governor Sheyi Makinde at the other side, these were friends who wore the same Ashebi, the G5 governors, going into 2023 election. So for me, when at this point, at what point did their interest stop aligning? And it has to do with self-interest. What is the interest of Governor Sheyi Makinde as of today? What is the interest of the Wike-led faction? And they are obvious and quite clear. And when you see this divergence of interest, it tells you and lends credence to the fact that the crack in the PDP, has gotten to the foundation, and the house can't stand. It can't stand in any way. So while we'll continue looking and hoping that perhaps there will be a comeback after conceding grounds that they will have a common front, that we may see a PDP that may begin to stand and speak with one voice. But like I did tell you, I do not see a formidable PDP coming back to challenge the ruling APC. Perhaps as an appendage of the ruling party, that may be feasible, or perhaps a PDP that will field candidates in the states and may not field a presidential candidate in 2027 will still stand, and will keep watching and see things unfold. But one thing that is so obvious, that the PDP has become, is not over. We are watching a series of it. Another series may soon unfold. Let's keep watching. Perhaps somebody may go to Supreme Court for further interpretation, which would make it impossible for the party to be able to meet the INEC guidelines in 2026 going into 2027. Or perhaps after they have unified, one thing, like I'm saying, is that we'll keep watching this series unfold, and it's still unfolding.
And it's still unfolding. So we go over to the Punch headlines. The Punch headline, which says monopoly fears rise as Dangote controls 14.4 trillion naira petrol market. Monopoly fears rise as Dangote controls 14.4 trillion naira petrol market. Concerns are growing that Aliko Dangote's expanding influence in the petroleum sector could lead to a monopoly in Nigeria's petrol market, estimated at about 14.4 trillion naira. Industry observers warn that the dominance of the Dangote refinery may reduce competition and affect fuel pricing if not properly regulated by authorities in Nigeria.
All right. One may want to start with the whole crisis in the Middle East has thrust upon Nigeria a new consciousness, the reality of where we've been, because I wouldn't say that this just dawned on Nigeria, or that the concerns by analysts and industry players in the energy sector, they are just realizing where we are as a people. No, one thing that is very quite common or peculiar is that the whole crisis in the Middle East, which has escalated, has led it bare where Nigeria is. Having said that, these fresh concerns to monopoly fears, rising as Dangote controls about 14.4 trillion of the petroleum industry. One ask, are we not aware that the Dangote is a dominant force in this industry? You understand? Yeah. Why are we raising fresh concern? Because government has, suddenly suspended the import license. Is it just the marketers that are crying? Because there won't be licenses for people to continue to import, finished products into the country. Now begging the question of a nation that is filled with abundance but is hell-bent on crumbs. It begins to look at and talk to the decay that we've seen in this nation across board over years. Why is the sudden stoppage of or suspension of petroleum import license, making people raise concern and begin to cry about monopoly? When you look at Dangote in this instance and what they've been able to achieve in this short period, you marvel at the tenacity of the man himself and their trajectory over time. If for background, this is a country where we have 4 refineries, and out of these refineries, I'm not talking about the modular refineries that litter Nigeria today. I'm speaking to government interest, government-owned, Nigerian people-owned refineries that has failed to perform optimally over the years, leading to the licensing of private individuals to operate refinery in Nigeria. And I tell you, if anyone who was in Nigeria in the early 80s may never hazard a guess that there will be a time that in this nation where we'll see a private individual controlling the petroleum industry in Nigeria, because as it stands, that's what we have. Yes, I do not want to lend voice to if the cry on monopoly is germane or not, but we have gotten to assess where we want to be over the years. In the 80s, we provided for ourselves. At least till the early 80s, there were some refineries that worked. So how did things degenerate to a point where these refineries are not adding any value to the economy, are not providing refining to make products available to Nigerians? When we want to take a toll to the concerns of people over Dangote monopoly, and I ask people, have you forgotten when we killed at the gas stations over time with our hard-earned money under the sun, taking turn for days just to be able to buy a liter of fuel, because we're dependent on importation of finished products, because we're dependent on licensing of people to import fuel when we are net producer of crude. What I tell people, I do not look at Dangote's monopolistic tendencies when it has to do with the refineries, because they've bailed this nation. For the first time in several years, we were able to go into the holiday period not disturbed that there may not be, fuel, petroleum available for us to fuel our cars and travel to go celebrate with our kids and kin. No, we had it seamlessly without price adjustments. In fact, Dangote refinery lowered prices, made products available, and we had a hitch-free Yuletide. So in that extent, yes, I may begin to sound like a Dangote refinery advocate. No, but the reality on ground is that we need to give credence to where is due. The failure and the neglect of the Nigerian state over the years to upgrading and having a working refinery created the where we are. So when people speak to this whole monopoly, I ask you, what is the Warri refinery bringing on board? What is coming out from Port Harcourt refinery? What is coming out from Kaduna? When nothing is coming out from these whole places, then you have a monopoly where, because you have a private refinery that is working, producing that has the capacity to produce 650,000 barrels per day, produce 650,000 barrels per day of crude oil, and then in turn giving you about 75 million liters of fuel per day, barrel of refined products per day. So in this instance, you can't match it. And if you have the license, when you check and convert the foreign currency and then calculate your landing cost, you may not be able to compete. And this individual, being business savvy, will continue and want to dominate and determine the pace. And over time, with pricing, he has made it difficult for the petroleum marketers and importers to operate, seamlessly in the industry, leading to several complaints and frictions here and there. And I tell you, if we do not, as a people, do something about this, we may even see beyond the 14.4 trillion naira monopoly that we're talking about. We have a refinery that is working, owned by an individual. Yes, we created this scenario. So if we have a monopoly in Nigeria, it's a Nigerian-made monopoly. And one thing that gladdens me is that it's a Nigerian-owned company. It's not one of the foreign, companies that come into Nigeria, make investments, they recoup their investments, make lots of profit, and then they take the profit elsewhere. No, this one, the profit is domiciled in Nigeria. Nigerians are employed in Nigeria, and the refinery is Nigerian-owned and working, though with a global outlook and globalization. And I tell you, we are beginning to shout because the reality on ground is not what we witnessed. With the regulation and suspension of fuel subsidy, what we are witnessing is what is ought to be. Beyond policies, I keep saying, beyond having good policies, we need good intention as well. Why are we still having the refineries, sapping from the economy rather than adding to the economy? Why are we not speaking to, giving away these refineries and licensing more private-owned refineries to come on stream? Perhaps assist them if there was government assistance to Dangote to be able to set up a 650,000 capacity crude refining industry that we have today. I bet all the cries and hues, yes, monopoly may have its negative tendencies, but the reality on ground is that we need to confront, while we confront the whole reality of monopoly. Yes, but where are we? Have the Nigerian people fared any better since the Dangote refinery came on stream? The answer is yes. I bet the fact that the reality on ground is that the landing cost or the cost of petroleum may be high, and these are not far-fetched or detached from the Nigerian economy. When we want to look inward, we look at the waste and the mismanagement of years. Where are we compared to countries like Venezuela? Where are we compared to other countries like Angola? Where are we compared to Ghana, countries that discovered oils at their backyard in later years, compared to Nigeria that has been in the oils industry for years, not being able to brandish a state-owned refinery that is a state-of-the-art refinery that would compete with any of these nations that I've mentioned. So the answer still remains: have Dangote in any way better the lot of Nigerians? And if we answer in the affirmative, then we should look inwards and find other alternatives to confronting the monopoly that Dangote industry may represent in future. There are ways to handle it, and we should look that way rather than heaping blame.
All right, thank you very much. We will go over to the next newspaper, the Sun newspaper, which says 2027 reps approve fresh amendment to Electoral Act. Reps approve fresh amendment to Electoral Act. The House of Reps has approved a fresh amendment to the Electoral Act ahead of the 2027 general elections. The amendment is aimed at improving the electoral process and addressing gaps identified in previous elections. The proposed changes will proceed for further legislative consideration before becoming the law. Yes.
All right. When we look at this headline, in the Sun newspaper, one begins to, sit back and let out a little smile. You begin to ask yourself, what are the politicians, what are they, playing with? What is their plans? Especially given our experience from the whole electoral amendment, speaking to the drama that heralded the electoral amendment. One thing is that if you want to understand politicians and how they move, you need to think ahead and look ahead. At times when they want to move, they begin to dangle, semblance of little information about where they want to be. They gouge your opinion, and when they see that you don't care, they come up with a new legislation, that would advance their interests. Look at the whole crisis around the Electoral Act is yet to settle. In fact, we have political parties that have come out publicly to reject the new Electoral Act as signed by Mr. President. In fact, I will tell you that the ink on that act, is yet to dry up. And here we're having, some persons or some members of the House of Representatives, proposing new and fresh amendment to the whole Electoral Act. One now may want to, begin to look at this whole scenario from a different perspective. These elected representatives, or who are they representing? Is it their interest, their personal interest they are representing, or the interest of the masses that elected them to, see and sit on behalf of them at the chambers? Those who are bringing up this new legislation, for example, what were their position when the generality of Nigerians clamored that there be a new order, that there be a new direction as to how we will conduct the next election? When you look at that, then you begin to, have nostalgia to the intention of our representatives. You begin to, feel traumatized because of what we've been through over this whole electoral amendment. The Nigerian people simply wanted only one thing: an amendment to that the Electoral Act 2022, Section 60, subsection 3, that will read to, transmit results in real time without any precursor or underlying provision that would consider if network is available or not, or leave things at the mercy of INEC agents at the polling centers. Nigerians wanted to see it being the law that results must be transmitted in real time. Did our representatives live up to that, or did they stood at that point in time against the interests of the Nigerian people? I tell you one thing, with the passage and the signing of the Electoral Act 2026, the government of today, the senators and the House of Rep members who are our representative, have in no small measure increased the level of apathy, political apathy in Nigeria. I do not, and I still stand to be corrected as I watch from the periphery of my own position how and what the number of youth and first-time voters will be in the next election. When you look at the off-cycle elections that has taken place as characterized by the FCT election and other ones, even Anambra for example, you will see that we are going to witness a heightened level of electoral apathy, and there is no other single factor that has orchestrated that other than the Electoral Act. Because when you interact with Nigerians on the streets, they will tell you that their vote will not count. They will ask you what was their experience in 2023, where they stood under the sun and the rain to cast their votes, and at the end of the day, it was the court that had to decide what is and what should be. So when one takes a look and comes to see the newspaper headline where there's a proposed legislation, sponsored by House Leader Julius, one begins to wonder, why was this not included in that Electoral Act? Who is their target? What is the intention for? And coming to say, after speaking to a Nigerian or anybody belonging to more than one political party, that such a person or member who has found himself in more than one party should be fined for 10 million or jailed for 2 years, or both running concurrently. Then you begin to ask question, what happened to section 40 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended, which guarantees the freedom of movement and association? I tell you, when you go through what they are proposing, then you discover that the proposition, is defective in itself. You can speak to an individual, who at any point in time, or individuals being limited to be in one party at a time. I'm not making a proposal where an individual, because politicians keep carpet crossing every time. We are in Nigeria where there's no differentiation of ideology. In fact, what we have is a political parties with the same ideology but on different camps. In fact, I call them one family divided along different interests, because there's no clear ideology demarcation. And in that instance, we will continue to see politicians who will continue to move around. When you set out to make new laws, such laws shouldn't be ambiguous. And in this instance, you will see the ambiguity in the new proposed legislation. When the ink on the previous one, the controversies around it are yet to be over. So one would advise that the House of Rep members should look at ways to make new laws that will improve the life of the citizens, rather than this whole political gerrymandering or gimmicks that we are seeing. Whose interest does this want to serve? What Nigerian people asked and requested for, they didn't give. Rather, they willed it to their own interests. Having said that, Yes, having amendments, we'll continue to have amendments, laws will continue to be amended, even electoral acts will continue to amend them until we get to where we are going to. But even in other climes, they keep amending laws, and they'll keep changing given the time and tidings. But in this instance, what we are saying is that our representatives should have the interest of the people first before theirs. This whole new legislation, I tell you, it would and is to serve for the interest of certain individual. So this whole new law, I think at this point in time, is not what should and Nigerians should be occupied with, because it will not in any way better the life of the common man on the street.
All right, thank you very much. We go over to the Guardian newspaper, where we have a Senate confirms Oyedele's appointment as minister. And still on the Guardian newspaper, we have a headline celebrating today. Today is the World Kidney Day, and we are celebrating the World Kidney Day. And here we have caregivers groan as dialysis hits 80,000 naira per session, transplant 30 million naira. Dialysis now 80,000 naira per session in Nigeria, and transplant is 30 million naira. Over the years, we have seen this whole kidney issue go from lower cases to higher cases. Now, I want to just make a remark which I started thinking about since over the weekend, how a lot of information that we've been receiving, a lot of deaths that we have seen or that we have heard that has happened comes from kidney failures. And it's a situation to sensitize the public and also to enlighten the people out there to know that kidney disease is real. Now, looking at the headline we have here, we are going to see that this price rose from 12,000 naira, even as low as 5,000 naira to 80,000 naira weekly, and you have to do dialysis 3 times in a week. If the person has kidney issue, the person has to go on dialysis 3 times a week. Nigeria has over 200 dialysis center currently, and 800 functional dialysis machines nationwide, which is far short to the requirement. Nigeria needs 5,000 dialysis functional machines. That's what Nigeria needs now. For us to effectively manage this issue of kidney disease, there should also, like I've said, sensitization and information on that part. I want to go straight to one of the things I saw that in the newspaper that really made me to start thinking. You know that things that cause kidney diseases are basically from what a professional, one of the professors who is from the university teaching hospital in the north, he said that it is processed food and lifestyle and also salty kind of meals that causes kidney failures. And the problem now is that this kidney failure thing is ranging in Nigeria within the people between the age of 20 to 50 years. This kidney failure also causes 45,000 deaths in a year around, I can say in Nigeria, but around the globe is part of the most, it's part of the issue that we're having. It's part of the diseases that causes the most deaths in the world. So now, why I'm bringing this to you is to let you know that you have to understand that constant checkups can help you be cautious of what these diseases are bringing. Now, checking your hypertension level, checking your sugar level, checking your blood level is very important. And also, kidney transplants currently is about 25 to 30 million. It ranges from 25 to 30 million. And Nigeria, most Nigerians cannot even afford this as I'm talking to you now. Looking at the economic issues that we're having, looking at the socio-economic structures that we have, and also looking at the health the health side of our nation, where there are lack of infrastructure to help carry these things out, you will see that we need to understand that prevention is better than cure. And before we do prevention is better than cure, we should actually look into what is bringing this issue. Now, I want to cite it from this point. There's this particular celebrity on X. He's a well-known video editor, and also he's a well-known cinematographer. He's well-known all over the nation. Now, he had this kidney failure. He had a kidney failure, and he came on his X handle. He was talking about it. He was also talking about how the hospitals, how even what he is paying, what he pays weekly, what a normal person cannot afford. Now, looking at the let me just say, looking at the lifestyle, the things these people consume, the things they're taking, and some of these things, it may be the cause. Now, one of the things we have also cited that causes kidney failures is also the side of the herbal, people that take herbal drugs, herbal medicines, and all those things. It could be a problem that can, cause this issue. So we are meant to know that we have to prevent, we have to go for checkups, we have to check what is actually happening. Of course, Nigeria and the health restructure is where we are seeing the federal government trying to do a lot of things in the health sector, and we are praising them for that particular feat, but we're also encouraging that there will be more of these centers, as we are lacking those facilities, that there will be more of this, more of subsidies. Of course, that it's federal government that had to reduce this, they had to reduce the dialysis. They reduced it, but it is at the percent of 0.5 across the nation. So we are pledging that the federal government, and pleading that the federal government will also reduce and look into this particularly, as they have also started doing. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for that analysis on this whole issue. When one takes a look at these headlines, where caregivers are grown as dialysis hit 80,000 per section, begins to raise a lot of concern to our health care, and this is just an aspect, where we are talking about the section for dialysis, and like you directly pointed out, the numbers are growing. But away from this dialysis, the question remains, with the economic reality on ground, like you did ask, how many persons in Nigeria would be able to afford dialysis on a regular basis, at this cost? Now, it takes you the situation of healthcare in Nigeria, where the Nigerian citizens have to fund their cost of taking care of their health out of pocket. Is healthcare in Nigeria subsidized, leading to a lot of questions that Nigerians are taking care of everything about them? The individual provides his own security. The individual has to buy fuel out of pocket at a higher cost. Beyond that, taking care of your security and buying fuel, transporting yourself at your own convenience, not at government subsidized rate, you have to equally generate your own power. You have to either fund your generator or have a solar powered house or business to be able to survive the times in Nigeria. So when you look at headlines like this, it begins to thrust up a lot of issues and the generality of the healthcare system in Nigeria. One will not, when you begin to speak about this, you can't exhaust it. They are inexhaustible. And you may want to even ask, beyond the caregivers, what is the condition of even the doctors who are providing this care? What are the condition of all other medical workers in Nigeria? Look at the Japa syndrome. What is happening? Where even if you go for dialysis tomorrow, by the time you go next, the doctor maybe, or the nurse or whoever, they may be answering you from a different country, or you will hear that they've traveled. So it becomes quite worrisome where we find ourselves. Our doctors, our caregivers are leaving the country in droves. Why can't we have a system that would keep our best, make things and life easier for Nigerians. We keep speaking to a stabilizing economy, a consolidating economy. After the topsy-turvy from 2023, we say things are stabilizing. But this stabilization, will it be translated to our health sector? Will it make dialysis affordable for the common Nigerians? And I hear you educating people on what to do and what to avoid. Very good. You are just one person. What is our Ministry of Health doing to sensitize people on things like this? Are people informed? So there are a whole lot of issues to raise or discuss when we look at Nigeria. More often we look at it from a periphery, and one of such periphery is the headline that we're seeing. How many hospitals in Nigeria as of today can offer dialysis? These are the issues. So in all, there's no gainsaying or calling on the government. When you take a position, you've chosen to serve the people, you've chosen to see to their welfare. And I keep insisting that it is one of the fundamental responsibilities of government to cater for the welfare of its citizens. And the issue of health cannot be overemphasized. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Still on the health side, and the federal government has given that drug that helps the HIV patients, lenacapavir. They have actually subsidized it, and it has something that has been in the channel. But thank you very much for that, and we are looking at it as a progress, but we plead for more of this to come, and we plead for more of the side of the medical practitioners to be also taken care of. And this is where we call it a wrap here on Sunrise edition of the newspapers. I hope you had a good time. So you go out there, grab any copy, any newspaper of your choice, read, comment, and check us out on all our social media platforms, on X, Instagram, Facebook, and other platforms. Yes, and this is where we are calling it a day also on the Sunrise. Thank you very much for working with us. We are excited that you are here with us, and we're excited that you did this with us. See you same time, same station. It's always a pleasure. I'm Good Hope Chukuma.
And I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV to come your way. Same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape. Popularly known as Japa, the term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched. Universities lose experienced lecturers. Industries struggle to find qualified hands. Productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of Japa are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve. Competitive pay, safer work environments, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward: better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and backing, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of Japa into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audit, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payment to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payment, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Inhechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. I am Uche Osai. The Insight is the program where we bring to you a bit of issues, policies helping to shape our nation. And today we'll be looking at the state of the nation. Joining us to give flesh to these issues is Ozo Nnadume of Okansi. Ozo, you're welcome.
Thank you, Uche, for having me this morning again.
All right.
It's our duty to make our listening viewers enjoy the program. Thank you.
All right. As at March 2026, Nigeria stands at a defining crossroads. The promises of reform remain entangled with the reality of hardship. Our democracy endures yet the weight of insecurity, economic strain, and public disillusionment to its very foundation, from the rising cost of living to the struggle for national cohesion. The question before us is stark. Are we merely surviving as a nation, or are we truly moving forward? Tonight, we confront the state of Nigerian nation, its challenges, its contradictions, and its chances for renewal. And also, I come to you.
Yeah.
Let me first of all ask, how do you assess the quality of governance in Nigeria today?
Well, without minding was, I think the quality of governance in Nigeria is at abysmal level. The lowest I can think of since 1999 to date. It is like we move from one administration to the other, and as we move up, it gets worse. Because I still recall that in 1999, when Obasanjo came in, there were a lot of hopes, and they did fulfill most of those hopes, especially hopes as regards things like debt reduction and debt swap, like cancellation of our debts. Obasanjo succeeded in that, even though the debt was incurred by the military. But he succeeded in cancelling that debt. Obasanjo also recruited technocrats to handle sensitive matters. That time we can talk of people like Ngozo Okonjo-Iweala, can talk of what BOS was, can talk of the current governor of Anambra State, Charles Soludo, and very many other technocrats both in the west and in the north that piloted the affairs of his government. So accepted that towards the last beach of his, he wanted to ask for a third tenure, which of course was truncated by the Senate then, because the Senate then was Senate. It is not what it is not like now to have the legislative arm of Asorok, who call themselves the National Assembly.
The
legislative arm of Asorok.
What do you call?
Yes, it's not. There's no Senate.
There's no Senate.
No, there's no Senate.
But we have a Senate that is led by a Senate President.
Which is Senate President? I got to win.
We have Godswill Akpabio.
Yeah. Okay. So that's why it's Senate for you, Uche. Well, I think that's why sometimes I say many of you press men are part of the problem. Because how can you say Akpabio runs a Senate? A Senate that sinks on the mandate of the President, they stand. A Senate that the wife of President invited to a party and is told senators that this is like invitation of a mother to their children. So that is the kind of Senate you want? No. That cannot compare to the kind of Nnamani Senate. That cannot compare to Chukwuka Senate. That cannot even compare to Wabara Senate. That can't even compare to the latest Saraki Senate, where presidents were held to account. Obasanjo tried the third term of Ken Nnamani without confronting the president. Said no problem. The day we will debate it, everybody will talk. In the body of the Senate, he invited virtually all of you pressmen, both television and radio houses, live. And the phone numbers of your senators was being ruled up on the screen. If you want to support third term of Obasanjo, raise up your hand, say your constituency, and say you support third term, so that your constituency will see you. Everybody put their hands down. Because nobody wants to identify with that can, no matter the fact that Obasanjo has shared money, that is Senate. Or do you want to compare it to the Saraki Senate? That whatever Buhari wants to bring into the Senate, they will be fidgeting because they will read him with questions. That is Senate for you. At least that was a semblance of what Senate ordinarily should look like. Not the Akpabio Senate. Even before anything comes to the National Assembly has approved it. Where the National Assembly is required to use voice vote, he uses voice vote. When they are supposed to separate or divide the usual, whereas by identifying voting individually, he will still use voice vote. That is the kind of Senate you call Senate. That's not Senate.
Okay, that's not Senate.
As far as I'm concerned, it is the legislative arm of Asorok. Because whatever the president brings is as good as. Now, the other day he was there, he said, we'll give the president, we'll work. No, see. We at least say he should cock a gun and start shooting the president. But let him do his own legislative arm and do it effectively. Ordinarily, Nigerians were yearning for electoral reform. They listened. We thought they were listening. Having listened, they created an amendment to the Electoral Act. After the beautiful amendment, they now want to exploit it with a proviso that still makes them to write the results. That is the problem.
Okay.
So they have a very good act, but the act has been spoiled by the proviso to section 60 that says wherever there is a network failure, blah blah blah, that the transmission of EHA in the manner form shall serve as primary collection officer. That is our rubbish.
All right. Before we get to that electoral, because I know you're quite act about the whole issues around the Electoral Act 2026.
Yeah.
But you did say something here. You know, a number of times we preach harmony between the Senate or the legislature
and the
executive.
Yes.
Yeah. And I want to ask, is there anything wrong in the senators singing or standing on the mandate of Mr. President?
A lot wrong.
They all belong to one party.
A lot wrong with it. See, once you win an election, your party is as good as gone. If you are contesting an election under a Mr. Nobody's party and you win, you are no more answerable to only Mr. Nobody. You are now answerable to everybody, both those who voted for you and those who didn't vote for you. So it is not Senate of APC. It is Nigerian Senate. It is not House of Reps of APC. It is Nigerian House of Representatives. Just like the president is no more president of the APC. He is now the president of Nigeria. Both those who voted for and those who didn't vote for you are now their president. So you now do what the law says. That's why you say it is law that governs. If the law says you separate the powers, separate it for goodness sake. Why lump it together? Why still go and cling to the president? Why still go to cling to the executive? The legislature doesn't even know their powers. Ordinarily, they are the strongest arm of all the three arms of government, including the judiciary. Because they tell me judiciary can send somebody to jail. Sending somebody to jail is not killing somebody. If you go to jail, you still come back. But legislature can legislate themselves out of existence, make law that they should not exist. And once president signs it, they get dissolved. Or make law that everybody in Nigeria should have a sword dangling on the neck. If you don't say allow Akbar, you die. They make it because the law president signs it. There is a man go dangle on your neck immediately. So they are the strongest arm, but they don't know. Okay. They still go and sing on their mandate to stand.
You know, but for the sake of argument,
yes,
let me look at other climes where, for example, in US, we still see the Senate, you know, or the legislature divided along party lines. We know the Democrats, we know the Republicans, and they're always taking sides.
Yes.
But in this instance, just for the sake of argument, you know, in Nigeria's semblance of the British House of Commons as well, there's nothing wrong in stating party, for example, singing on your mandate in this instance will just to indicate that we are the ruling party and we support the policies of Mr. President being member of our party.
If president makes a good pro-people policy, nothing wrong in supporting, whether you are in Labour Party, whether you are in APC, whether you are in ADC. But do you recall that between 2003 and 2009 or thereabouts, when Peter Obi was governor of Anambra State, he was in APGA, and there is no single member of APGA that was in the State House of Assembly. But do you see him have any rank with them? Because they were doing pro-people policies. And when these pro-people policies were being ignited, the people in the House wanted to make it a parochial issue of their own party, PDP.
Also,
yes.
Also, what you're trying to say is that the Akpabio-led Senate, for example, are not making pro-people based laws.
Of course, yes. They don't. Otherwise, tell me why they should truncate the desire of Nigerians to have electronic transmission. We are not saying...
But they gave you electronic transmission.
No, the major thing that spoiled the one before that they say was ruled by the Supreme Court was this issue of reverting to manual. They now codified it. Now became a law that you can revert to manual when you don't have network. But they use network to register everybody digitally. And the National Assembly, the Aneke cannot complain that they cannot find network. Why are you taking Panadol for the headache of Aneke? Aneke that's going to run the election is not complaining about network. Why should the Senate complain more? Because none of them won in the election. Apart from very few of them who won election on the obedient wave, who also eventually went back to the albatross that is called APC. Even when they many of let me tell you, see, many of these people who won under Peter Obi, especially down here in Enugu, very many of them who have now joined the APC, the proliferation of office, the campaign material that they were brought for them, they are still owing. They are still owing, and they have jumped to APC. But the beauty of it is that the man who supplied the materials is not even raising any dust. He just wants them to pay him his money, which is not above 5.something million. But what I'm telling you in effect is that those people went to Abuja rather than also following pro-people policies, also joined the APC to sing on your mandate to stand, even when they know that the campaign caps they collected in Enugu and they have not paid for it. So, and they will often say, if the blind man, marches on an apple and licks the apple, and it finishes and he goes to brag about it, let him march on an apple and another tomorrow. So let us know whether who will give him the apple. So, but this, let me leave that business to them and those people who supply. I was private because I was the secretary of the Presidential Campaign Council in Enugu State for Labour Party in 2023. So I know what I'm talking about. I'm not just giving you information just for the source of information. So I know that those of them are not following pro-people policies. That is why Nigeria is still burning. That's why Nigeria is still suffering. See, if Tinubu has removed oil subsidy and has reverted the subsidy windfall to other developmental infrastructure that can make for the betterment of the common Nigerian man, even this Arab war with Israel and America that has increased fuel again, people will not even feel it. But go to the roads now, you see virtually every road is empty because they buy fuel at 1,200 something naira a liter. How many liters will you drive from Enugu to Glogo, all of my village? That will take you about 50,000 naira. How much do I make? So this is where I'm going. So that the Senate, there's nothing wrong in the Senate having a robust relationship with the executive. Nothing about it. I didn't say they should. That's why I said I'm not advocating they should go and take God. No. But there is what you know, we work on principle. If the president brings a bill, let the bill go through the normal process. First reading, second reading, and third reading. If it passes all this through, you might divide the votes and not the voice vote. At the end of the day, you say, this is good bill, we'll pass it. And they take it to the president for assent. Not even before it comes. Look at how much you have borrowed. From 1999 to 2015 to 2023, the money the whole president of Nigeria borrowed, you don't have to what you have borrowed between, Google it in the debt office, what Tinubu has borrowed from 2023 to 2026. And before even he brings any request for loan, Akpabio has approved it.
All right. Also, for want of time, let me clearly ask, do you believe that this current administration has a clear vision, a clear national vision on where Nigeria should go?
No, they have no vision. You don't need to ask me. Maybe it is it is bad in the street. Because we know they have no vision. See, the vision is that Aneke TV runs inside, runs people at the events, runs music, runs youth program. Now these programs are being followed religiously. If it is 1 hour program, once your own finishes, another person goes in. If it is 2 hour program, after 2 hours, another person goes in. That's what we call something that has focus, has a plan. Now, here, what the president is doing, like the removal of oil subsidy, let me start from there. Have you seen his national inauguration address? Google it, is here. There is nothing there about fuel subsidy. After reading the address, so-called, he just turned around and said, fuel subsidy is gone. That instant, immediately, fuel stations jacked up their prices. There was no planning. There was no focus. There was no arrangement for anything.
Sorry to cut in.
Yes.
But we are told the nation is reaping the benefit from that subsidy is gone.
Are you a Ghanaian?
The economy is consolidating. We are told.
Are you a Ghanaian?
I'm a Nigerian.
Fine. You are reaping the benefit too. But the
reality on ground is that we are told the economy is consolidating.
Correct.
We moved away from the stress period. We have up to $50 billion in our reserve.
Uche, those things are propaganda machineries of the APC. Gogo has simplified everything. I don't want us to waste our time here because the program is short-lived. Otherwise, I say, whichever one will do, we fact check it.
Okay. On the grounds of checking, another reality on ground is that Naira is stabilizing. It's no longer speculative. At least we're sure that it's hovering between 1,300 and 1,400.
Now, should Naira even cross 1,000 Naira? Why not, like what Sharika said, please bring Jonathan back. Let him tell us how we kept the Naira at 460 Naira for almost 6 years. Let him tell us. See, whatever you don't know, it's a learning process. Bring those who know, let them teach you. That is the problem this APC have.
APC doesn't have people who know it.
They don't. They don't even employ people who... Look at the kind of people they employ to serve them. Very mockery. Boala.
I was coming to that. I was coming to get your position on the ambassador postings, but now that you're already there. Yeah. but before I leave the economy, Barrister.
Yes.
When we check the reality on ground, as we are told, we are seeing that there is a $50 billion reserve. There is Naira that is stabilizing.
Yes.
Beyond the Naira stabilizing, the economy, we are told, is growing. So also what I'm asking, in your whole assessment, this is not a clear path for the economy.
See, it is not a clear path. Economic growth must have to transcend into impacting on the lives of the citizens. Any economic growth you do that does not impact the lives of citizens is not an economic growth. It is economic growth on paper. These things are realities on the ground. I won't talk about past Nigerian presidents because if I go back again, that's what they tell you is history. Let's talk of other African countries that have gradually having stable economy. Let's go to Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso is projecting that by the year 2027, this is 2026, they may eventually have a zero unemployment. The reason, the man is investing in critical infrastructure areas that give the people the job from their own local materials in their country.
Baxter, do not get angry that I'm interjecting, but Burkina Faso is not a democracy.
Which one is democracy? Democracy that had a queue and nobody died. And it was election that had election and 50 people died.
Democracy is a process. So, there are processes involved.
Wait now. What is his name? Ibrahim Traore organized the queue. Nobody died. No gun was shot at any human being. And the government is still moving on. Then Tinubu conducted the election in 2023. Aneke conducted the election. How many people died? How many people were stabbed? In democracy, that's your democracy. See, leave all this important rubbish out. I keep on saying it. We must have to develop our own democratic process that is suited to this our country. Babangida tried it, but Nigerians, because they wanted to call Babangida Maradona evil genius, they just sent the man and everything he did. What they could have done with that Babangida's idea is to blend it a little bit and then make some modifications. By now we could have got it somewhere.
Okay.
Babangida created a two-party system. The only thing he made mistake was he could have also added independent. So that those who are now clamoring for 1 million parties to now go on their, if you feel for Pakan's face is so popular in Enugu and want to contest election as governor, I contest under independence and you vote for me. Now, at the end of the day, Nigeria threw the whole thing away. Remember, Babangida also built party offices in all the some
local
governments of Nigeria, SDP and NRS, gave them official party vehicles. It's not as if government were running, but they want something so that you don't come and they tell you to get local government form is 30 million. Because they want to make it available so that right-thinking people who are not interested in amassing wealth for themselves will contest offices and win the elections. And then you see, because when even the Bible will say when the righteous is in power, the people rejoice. In Abia State, they are rejoicing. The righteous is in power in Abia State.
You know, but
using
Babangida as a yardstick to measure, a lot of people have argued, informed and educated argument that Babangida was orchestrating all that to perpetuate himself in power, to be adopted as a sole candidate by the both parties.
No. Why did they throw you open an election organized by Humphrey Woods, the best election Nigeria has ever had? Who truncated it? Abacha. The stories are there. Babangida was alive. Abacha was alive when the news was cornered Babangida. Said yes. Abacha has a way with these boys. So he threatened to kill him. I said, if you had known that Abacha threatened to kill him, what stops you getting him arrested? Even before the results are declared. So you see, I didn't say Babangida is a saint. But I said there are good policies Babangida initiated, which Nigerians could have modified and improved upon. Which if we had two parties and opposition for independence by now, every Nigerian should have known this issue of jumping from one political party to the other wouldn't arise. You look at the voting arena, they give you ballot paper. You read all the logo of all the political parties. A lot of old women get confused because they don't know which one is what. But if there are two, and then maybe 3 or 4 independents, or even 10 independents, because independents will still have their face and their names, fine. People vote along there. It was only once in American history, I think, that an independent won, but not as a president. But I think he went to the Senate. It happens.
Also, for the sake of time, I want us to run along. I was going to ask, why is it difficult for Nigeria to allow individual or independent candidacy?
That's why I said, because the oligarchy that eats our common patrimony doesn't want to stop. Because the oligarchy, the people in power who kept eating what belongs to me and you, they don't want to stop it because they want to hand over to their children. So the children can hand over to their children. Just like it's happening now in Eboy. David Umahi was chairman of PDP for 80 years, was vice deputy governor for 80 years, was governor for 80 years. He went to the Senate, today he's a minister. Now, his young son, who just left the NYSC, has now bought form 30 million to contest chairman of a house at local government. Maybe that one will keep on. The son of Wike, I think he's also angry for House of Reps in Rivers State. So that oligarchy don't want the thing to leave them. And because they are all scrupulous human beings who never won any election in the first instance. Yes, scrupulous human beings who never won any election. They don't want, if they introduce independence, right thinking people will come in. You see what they have been doing to frustrate P2B? They kept the tag of Labour Party. Namadi Usman, Alex Oti, and the other party, other group went to court to challenge Abure's continued chairmanship of the Labour Party. Abure kept faith. First court gave him judgment, second court refused judgment, Supreme Court refused judgment. Now approved Namadi Usman. P2B, Alex Oti, and Namadi Usman, and the Tanko, and the rest of them who are in Labour Party, they took the judgments to Aneke. This is the judgment of the Supreme Court. The belief of court is with us. We want to serve people properly. They serve them the judgment of court. Put the name of Namadi Usman now in your portal as chairman of INEC or whatever. Now the legal department will study it. They studied it. I think the judgment was getting in. I think it died September. There about September, October, November, December. 4 months. I think it was 5 months. They kept studying the judgment. Peter Bilan on 31st of December 2025 went and declared for ADC. He has been in the coalition. He now found declared as what do you call it? Aneke. Now having joined ADC in January, they now put in the name of Namadi Usman in Aneke portal as chairman of Labour Party because they have frustrated the mandate, say they don't want to be in Labour Party. Good. When they got into ADC now began to create wave again. Accepted that the tickets are not being given to him. But we know if they will go by the direct primaries, which is in the Electoral Act, he will definitely win. Because anything that's indirect, people will always win. It's not when you delegate and people give you $1. That's when they rig him out, and he doesn't want that kind of thing.
All right.
Once he starts bribing people where he is, he will go away.
Also, yes. On that note, we'll take a quick break and we'll return to look at these issues.
Thank you.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us. You're still watching The Insight, and we've been looking at the state of the nation with Ozo Nadume of Okansi, who is a legal luminary and one who prides himself as a farmer. Ozo, it's been a pleasure talking to you on this the state of the nation. Let's quickly run along. Let me get your opinion on the state of insecurity in Nigeria.
That's why I said the government has no focus. The government has no direction. This government is a government that celebrates the death of its citizens. Can you still take the count of number of people that have been abducted, killed, maimed, including our soldiers? And the government has not made any public statement. I wouldn't say even, like America lost its soldiers or thereabouts. When the soldiers were flown to the United States, the president personally went to the airport to receive the corpses. And having received their casket, you announce that all their gratuities, all their entitlement has been paid. And the insurance cover running. That is what any good nation should do to its servicemen. But Nigeria, the worst the part of it is that even if you come out to tell the president that the way he's treating Nigerian soldiers is bad, it is the same soldiers to come and arrest him and tell him why he tell the president that kind of thing. You see, that's about they might hang out some of our security men. So the step to insecurity is the greatest, highest in Nigeria, including the attack on P2B in Edo State the other time. Presidential candidate of a political party. His convoy was shot at in a state where the governor has threatened him directly that anytime he comes to Edo without clearance for him, he will not guarantee his security. And people are moving about, keeping quiet. Which I see, this country, if we cannot run a country again, let us, what do you call it, to attest, oh Israel, It happened in USSR. It was United Socialist Soviet Republic before, including this Ukraine, Azerbaijan, name them, these Balkan republics. But I think in 1999, when the chiefs came down, 19, either 89 or that, but it's been long when the chiefs came down, going into the time of Gorbachev. They said they can't stay together again. Gorbachev wanted to push them together by force, brought armored tanks to the streets. The people were climbing the armored tanks and shaking hands with soldiers. Nobody was shot. Everybody, they went back to the drawing table and everybody took his independence. Nigeria is finding it difficult to become one nation. And the earlier they look of how many state solutions will solve their problem, the better for them.
Nigeria is finding it difficult to be a one nation.
Yeah. We are finding it seriously difficult to be a nation. But can I tell you reasons why? Now, there are different laws for different citizens in one country. About how many 12 or more northern states are operating Sharia law and imposing Sharia on Christians who don't even know what Sharia is all about. They sneaked into Abuja to enforce a Sharia judgment on a person who was not even sued, who was not even invited, who was not even a party in any suit, or who is not, has no knowledge that there is a suit in a Sharia court against him. In very many counties in the United Kingdom, Sharia law are being implemented. Now, you ask me if they can run it there, why can't they run it here? Now, you also find out that there are, this is why I say different laws. The civil law that applies to Christians and the people from southern part of Nigeria applies differently to different tribes. The way the civil law applies to the Igbo man is not the way it applies to the Yoruba man.
But speaking to Sharia, would one not say that's akin to the customary courts and customary laws that you have in the South?
No. There is still the customary law there for them. Their customary law is still active. Their Sharia law is there. Their constitution is still there. They are operating these laws. So you find out that, like I said, Ugboho was arraigned for treason, just like the head of Mietiala, just like they arrested extrajudicial rendition in Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya and brought all of them to Nigeria for trial. 3 of them, the man of Mietiala, the Sunday boy in the West, and Nnamdi Kanu here. Now, halfway into the Mietiala was the first person to be released, put off the hook. Then the next person was Sunday boy. And they are even planning to crown him one of the Anakankafu of Yoruba land. Meanwhile, they have condemned Nnamdi Kanu to life in prison and sent him to the heartbeat of Islamic Republic in Sokoto. So there's no other prison again in central Nigeria. There's no other prison, even in Federal Capital Territory. So the only place where Motosho will direct that he should be sent to is Sokoto prison. Maybe he gets to Sokoto prison and gets swallowed by the Sharia law there or the Islamic insurgency. But the thing is that Nnamdi Kanu is being propelled by a different spirit. So on getting to Sokoto, he became so popular that the Sokoto prison correctional center now became a mecca for sorts. It's not a mecca. People troop to the people who don't even know such a prison exists now go there virtually on a daily basis. The traffic of human beings, they can't even control it. The control of prison here was saying it, that they control the traffic of human beings that coming to see Nnamdi Kanu. It's so overwhelming that they should know how to, they should start pruning it down. So that is the ban for it. But what I'm telling you is that people running 2 different laws for one nation against its citizens is injustice.
But also, have you heard the statement credited to Sheikh Gumi recently?
Yes.
Where he said that the Nigerian security operatives escort him to go meet the bandits.
That they know the bandits.
That they know the bandits and where they are.
Of course.
You've heard that?
And
that is more difficult, it's easier to get to Aso to meet Mr. President than to meet the leaders of the bandits.
No. You see, that's why I said one country, different laws. Some people were saying, arrest Gumi. I said, oh, I don't like people talking that Gumi should be arrested. Let's leave Gumi. Let the European Nigerian government very well. Because if Gumi is arrested, this information couldn't have come out. I don't know where I'm looking at it. Let us leave Gumi to be giving us updates on his brothers, because like Nasir Rufai said this, the former EFCC boss, Nuhu Ribadu, he said that they are brothers. Now whether we like it or not, that they are still our brothers that should be integrated into the society. Now, that's why I say different laws for different people in different countries. So your Gumi's statement is not, it doesn't come to me as strange. It doesn't. So why should it come to me as strange? Well, when you see people protesting in the north about what is happening in Iran, Iranians are celebrating the removal of their dictator. Nigerians are protesting the removal of the same dictator. How many thousand miles away from Nigeria? So Nigeria is the only place where it gets the Muslims. See, which this country is becoming ungovernable as one nation. It's becoming practically ungovernable as one nation.
All right. For want of time, let me quickly run through the political parties, and then I will let you go on that. Looking at the state of, let's speak directly to ADC, because PDP is nowhere at the moment.
Yeah.
The ADC, do you still believe and subscribe to the fact that is a veritable coalition to challenge APC going forward?
No, it is. Even though there are a lot of bad eggs in the ADC.
Even though they couldn't get a single seat at the just concluded FCT election.
Do you call that one election, Uche?
What do we call
you
it?
You say you press men should tell Nigerians the truth.
There was an election.
Which kind of election? Election, you saw people counting votes and reading votes. After counting the votes, you saw who won. All of a sudden, they collected materials and went to the collation centers and started tipexing and cancelling results and adding up. Where there is 300 and I think it's 3,000 something registered voters, about 200 and something that voted. I'm coming. 200 and something voted. This is Abuja election I'm talking about. And APC alone got 280, where 200 people voted. So, and you say it's election, which there was an election. In fact, there was no law with which the election was conducted. Because you never know whether it was the new electoral act just signed by the president or the old one. Because preparation has started taking place before the election was conducted. So as far as I'm concerned, that thing that happened in Abuja municipal election was a sham.
A sham?
It was a sham. Because it is in public domain. We have now seen the mutilated results. And that is why they say, from EC8A, when there is no network, if you go to court now to challenge, the next thing they will tell you there is no network, rely on the new electoral act.
Which is from
that's from EC8A will now become primary source of results. And that is the same mutilated from EC8A.
But also, let me agree with you on FCT, but that should be an indictment on the coalition and other political parties. Don't be prepared.
Okay, you want the coalition to take up arms? No, I want to ask you too. You want us to take up arms?
They should have been able to foresee and had scenarios to be able to.
But they were shouting
cushion such.
And when ADC was shouting it, that we want to stay the election because he created a curfew on Friday that nobody should move, and Aneke collaborated with him.
Is there this in court?
Wait now, I'm coming. Leave court alone first. I said we imposed curfew on Friday that nobody should move about. Now on Saturday there was Woki was the only person moving about on Saturday. Now a lot of people's polling station were changed overnight by Aneke. You will come here and check your, or even you Google it. They will now tell you your polling unit, your polling station is in Kubwa, where you are living in Maitama. And the weekend has imposed no movement. And if you want to move, there will be no vehicle to take you. If you want to drive your own vehicle, you'll be arrested. So we tell you it is election. So I tell you, these people are capitalizing on the docility of the Nigerian people, not even opposition. Why are you talking about opposition? It is me and you that they are sitting on our neck and defecating on our head, and we keep quiet. So you don't throw everything to opposition. Opposition don't need to. Opposition has how many people are in opposition. We talk about Nigerian masses because the election is for us. And the only power the poor man, the common man of Nigeria has is the voter's card. That voter's card has been taken away from him by Wika as a group when they now write the result the way they want and they declare it. So,
also, on a final note,
yes,
the P2B of 2023, does he still have the capacity as we are in 2026 to replicate what happened in 2023?
He will do more. P2B will not do more. Areas where P2B did not enter in 2023 and now entered them, especially in the north.
Do you see him leaving the coalition?
He will not leave the coalition because we are optimistic in the coalition that since, unless the coalition doesn't want to run a direct primary, but if they run a direct primary, there will be no problem. Definitely, we will eventually disagree to agree on his candidacy because without him, there is no coalition. You know that. But just like he left Labour Party now, Labour Party has sunk into oblivion. Apart from Alex Oti, who is still blinking his head in Abia State.
But on a final note, do you see the ADC, for example, in Enugu making any headway?
In Enugu?
Yes.
Why can't you make a headway?
On presidential...
In every election, both the governorship and presidential.
Can the ADC challenge the APC of Governor Peter Mbai in Enugu State?
People who are joining APC are politicians, not voters. So the people that will vote in the 2027 January election are the voters, not the party members. Party members will vote, but the voters will be more in number. And this time around, like I said, once beaten, twice shy, this issue of stealing our votes will stop.
All right. On that note, we will draw the curtain today on the Insight. Also, it's a pleasure speaking with you on the Insight.
Nice having you with me, Uche, as always.
Also, Nadir May of Okansi is a legal luminary and one who prides himself more as a farmer. And to you, our wonderful viewers, the power is in your hand. Till we come your way, same time tomorrow. I remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Well.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve Transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payment to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payment, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. President Tinubu reaffirms commitment to democracy, calls for national unity. NMA condemns federal delay in filling Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria vacancies after Adichie infant death. Details of the news. President Bola Tinubu has reiterated his lifelong commitment to the democratic process, describing himself as a die-hard Democrat whose philosophy will endure with him. Speaking at the State House, Abuja, on Wednesday, the president addressed leaders of the All Progressive Congress, APC, and the Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, highlighting 20 years of Nigeria's democratic resilience. He stressed that democracy relies on voluntary sacrifice and adherence to the rule of law, which must supersede personal or partisan interests. Reflecting on his political career, Tinubu emphasized that democracy thrives on intellectual debate where the majority prevails, while the minority retains the right to voice dissent. He called his years as an opposition leader, noting that he resisted resorting to threats or unconstitutional actions, even under military regimes, advocating instead for principled resistance. The president underscored that while he is loyal to his party, he respects Nigeria's multi-party system and encourages political diversity. Tinubu called for dialogue over intimidation, urging all political actors to prioritize national peace, stability, and unity. By reaffirming his stance, President Tinubu aims to promote constitutional respect as Nigeria navigates its complex political and security challenges. He described democratic values as the sole sustainable path for national progress and cohesion. Defense Minister General Christopher Musa has ordered an immediate operational overhaul across the northwest and northeast regions following a series of insurgent attacks on military formations. After a strategy session with service chiefs in Abuja, General Musa acknowledged recent casualties but affirmed that the armed forces are taking more commanders out and targeting terrorist assets. He warned that social media misinformation is being used to undermine troop morale and stressed that collaborators with bandits would face prosecution as accomplices to terrorism. The directive follows coordinated assaults in Borno State, where attacks on the Ngoshi and Puka military bases reportedly left 14 soldiers dead, including a commanding officer. The Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria observed a minute of silence for Lieutenant Colonel Umar Faru and other soldiers killed in a separate 24-hour gun battle in Kukawa local government area on March 9th. Reports indicate insurgents employed drones and rocket-propelled grenades to overpower military positions. Senators Taha Moguno and Kaka Lawan described the resurgence of insurgency as alarming, noting the loss of 3 commanding officers in a few days across multiple communities. They urged federal government to strengthen intelligence gathering and logistics support to protect military personnel and local populations. The federal government maintains it is actively restoring stability, with General Musa pledging continued operations against insurgent networks. The strategic review aims to enhance military effectiveness, safeguard civilians, and prevent further escalation of attacks in the region. More than 100 police officers in Anambra State have completed a rigorous combat and arms handling training at the Police College, Oji River. Participants included 26 corporals, 13 sergeants, and 61 constables, both male and female, who underwent intensive drills designed to improve operational readiness and discipline. The Police Public Relations Officer Tochukwu Ikenga stated that the program focused on combat techniques, arms proficiency, and strategic deployment to enhance protection of lives and property. Training was aimed at strengthening the overall effectiveness of the State Police Command. The passing out parade was addressed by Deputy Commissioner of Police Ibrahim Ezekiel, representing the Anambra State Commissioner of Police Ikioye Orotugu, who commended the leadership of the Nigerian Police Force for approving the initiative. The commissioner also acknowledged the support of Governor Professor Chukwuma Soludo, who sponsored the training as part of broader security enhancement efforts. Speaking on behalf of the Governor's Special Advisor on Security, retired Air Vice Marshal Ben Chiobi, emphasized that the training reflects a deliberate policy to promote peace, stability, and proactive policing. The newly trained officers will be deployed to strategic locations across the state to reinforce security operations. NIMET issues nationwide heat advisory. The Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, has issued an urgent nationwide advisory warning of extreme heat conditions affecting millions of residents. High-risk areas include Benue, Nasarawa, Kogi, Niger, Kebbi, FCT, and southern states such as Oyo, Ogun, and Cross River. NIMET cautioned that intense heat combined with high humidity is making it difficult for the body to regulate temperature naturally. Health experts have expressed concern for vulnerable populations, particularly children, the elderly, and outdoor workers. Prolonged exposure may result in heat exhaustion or life-threatening heat strokes. NIMET advises citizens to prioritize hydration, seek ventilated or air-conditioned spaces, and wear light, breathable clothing. Parents and guardians were specifically warned not to leave infants in parked vehicles, which can become fatal in extreme temperatures. Use of sun protection, including hats and sunscreen, was also recommended as a preventive measure against heat-related illnesses. NIMET urged citizens to monitor local weather updates and limit physical exertion during peak afternoon hours, with the heat wave showing no immediate signs of abating. Proactive personal precautions remain the primary defense against potential health crisis. Governor Alex Oti of Abia State has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to education, stating that the state has consistently allocated 20% of its annual budget to schools over the past 3 years. Speaking to the Nigerian Union of Teachers, NUT, East Regional Working Committee on Wednesday, Oti emphasized that education is central to leadership development and societal progress. The governor highlighted achievements including clearing 17 months of salary arrears inherited from previous administrations and maintaining regular payment for current teachers. The administration has recruited nearly 5,400 teachers and plans to hire an additional 4,000 to close staffing gaps. Infrastructure development remains a priority with the construction of modern smart schools, teacher training programs, and upward revision of the retirement age for educators to 65 years. The initiative aims to improve student enrollment and academic outcomes across the state. NUT leaders, led by Comrade Aneke, praised the governor's reforms, describing them as a blueprint for educational excellence. The union assured full support for OT's policies, emphasizing that sustained investment in education will drive long-term societal benefits. The Anambra State House of Assembly has announced plans to review all obsolete laws in the state. Speaker Somto Chukwudeze made the announcement at the opening of a 4-day leadership retreat in Asaba Delta State aimed at producing legislative targets for reform and modernization. The speaker noted that many laws were inherited from military decrees and have never been fully adapted to democratic governance. Others were inconsistent with Nigeria's international treaty obligations or outdated in the context of a digital age, including statutes on data protection, environmental regulation, community development, and the rights of persons with disabilities. The retreat is designed to guide lawmakers on constitutional review, legislative modernization, and budgetary oversight. Participants are expected to identify areas where statutes require amendment or repeal to align with contemporary governance standards. Our correspondent reports that the event's theme is strengthening democratic governance through constitutional reviews and budgetary oversight. The role of state legislatures. The Assembly intends to ensure that all legislation promotes efficiency, inclusivity, and compliance with national and international legal frameworks. The International Organization for Migration and the Edo State government have successfully reintegrated over 9,000 returnees, providing skills and resources to rebuild livelihoods. During a visit to Governor Monday Ubelo, the International Organization Migration Chief of Mission, Ms. Dimanche Sharon, praised Edo's Youth Empowerment Program, which have reached 500,000 citizens through skills development initiatives. The partnership aims to make migration a choice rather than a necessity by linking digital literacy with entrepreneurship and employment opportunities. Governor Webelo highlighted that curbing cult-related violence has reduced forced migration and encouraged citizens to return or remain in the state. Edo's administration has also strengthened anti-trafficking legislation targeting human traffickers and traditional practitioners who facilitate illegal migration. The state's approach focuses on security, trust, and enabling a conducive business environment. Looking forward, the International Organization for Migration plans to deepen collaboration on economic stability and job creation. Governor Obelo reaffirmed commitment to good governance and public safety, leveraging Edo's heritage and new digital initiatives to ensure citizens thrive locally. A fire has destroyed 6 shops and a large warehouse at Owode Market, Ofa, Kwara State, causing losses estimated at 15 million naira. The blaze, which started on Wednesday in the Isale Oja area, was reportedly triggered by uncontrolled bush burning and quickly spread to market stores. The Federal Fire Service saved property worth approximately 45 million naira through rapid intervention. The fire affected food items including rice, beans and yams, though no casualties were reported. This marks the second fire to Owode Market this year, following a January blaze that destroyed the livestock section. ASF-2 Adedeji, leading the firefighting team, confirmed that overhauling operations were conducted to prevent rekindling of embers. Authorities emphasized the importance of public vigilance and adherence to safety protocols, particularly during the dry season. State Controller ASF Mary Bakare urged residents to properly maintain electrical appliances and avoid uncontrolled burning. The Federal Fire Service warned that even a small spark in dry conditions can escalate into multi-million naira disasters if preventive measures are neglected. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. President Tinubu calls on all Nigerians to uphold the rule of law and to strengthen national unity. Coming up shortly, the Nigerian Medical Association urges the federal government to fill vacancies on the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria seats following Adichie tragedy. We'll be right back. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. The Lagos State branch of the Nigerian Medical Association (NMA) has called on the federal government to urgently fill vacant positions on the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria. The demand follows the tragic death of 21-month-old Nkano Nnamdi Esege, son of renowned author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. The NMA noted that without a full council, a formal disciplinary tribunal cannot be constituted to deliver justice for the grieving family or the practitioners under investigation. The association's chairman, Dr. Saheed Kehinde, criticized what he described as a systemic failure, highlighting that while President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed a board chairperson in 2024, the remaining council members have yet to be assigned. The administrative vacuum has paralyzed the medical regulatory process, leaving doctors suspended and families awaiting resolution. The association stressed that ongoing investigations have become punitive rather than investigative, exposing doctors to social media outrage and extended professional suspension without due process. Dr. Kehinde warned that such delays undermine confidence in medical governance and violate the principles of fair hearing. The association urged the Federal Ministry of Health to act immediately to restore a fully operational council capable of handling cases of medical negligence transparently and equitably. The association highlighted that timely appointments are essential to protect practitioners' welfare and ensure closure for families affected by medical errors. The Kwara State government has emphasized that technical medical expertise alone is insufficient for modern healthcare management. At a strategic workshop in Ilorin, Commissioner for Health, Dr. Amina El Imam, highlighted the importance of leadership, emotional intelligence, and strategic governance for effective health service delivery. Dr. L. Imam stressed that many healthcare programs fail not due to a lack of medicine but due to poor coordination, discipline and time management among administrators. She likened essential leadership traits such as empathy, communication and decisiveness to micronutrients that determine program success. The workshop, organized with Development Governance International Consult and supported by the European Union, is part of efforts to strengthen institutional capacity in the state health sector. The initiative aligns with the European Union SARA project, which focuses on sustainable community-driven healthcare interventions. Dr. Nuzirat Elelu, Executive Secretary of the Kwara State Primary Healthcare Development Agency, praised the timing of the workshop, noting that governance reforms are crucial to maximize resources and improve outcomes. The state aims to integrate leadership skills alongside technical proficiency to ensure measurable impact in service delivery. Lagos waterfront residents reject relocation plans. Residents of Makoko on Abon and Sogunro have rejected proposals by the Lagos State House of Assembly to relocate them to Epe and Abowa following demolition of homes along the Yaba waterfront. Community leaders including Zanu Sylvester accused the government of imposing relocation without consultation, stressing the livelihoods and community identity are tied to ancestral waters. The standoff intensified as residents challenged the Assembly's recognition of the Oloto royal family as landowners. Community elder Isaac Dosugan clarified that prior engagements focused on boundary demarcation and on-site housing development, not mass eviction. Residents have warned of peaceful protests to defend their heritage if relocation proceeds. The Assembly's recommendation followed a petition to Speaker Mudashiru Obasa regarding forced evictions that displaced thousands of women and children. The body proposed relocation to low-cost housing in Abowa to sustain fishing activities, a plan residents argue ignores geographical realities of their craft. Community leaders have called on Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to intervene, emphasizing the need for transparent consultative solutions that preserve livelihoods, cultural identity and historical ties to the Yaba waterfront. The Nigerian Customs Services has announced a complete technological overhaul with all physical cargo inspections set to end by December 2026. Comptroller General Adewale Adeniyi revealed the plan during the inauguration of the analytical arena in Apapa, emphasizing a shift to high-tech scanners and data-driven inspections. The move aims to reduce congestion at ports, streamline operations, and enhance border security. And then he noted that the new system will focus inspections on high-risk shipments while allowing complaint trade to move uninterrupted. The facility in Apapa houses the High-Tech Analytics Center and Customs Intelligence Unit, serving as the nerve center for the digital transition. Customs Area Controller Emmanuel Oshoba described the project as a milestone for operational efficiency and officer welfare. Adeniyi urged traders to embrace the Authorized Economic Operator Program, stressing that transparency and compliance are key to the success of the digital customs framework. The overhaul is expected to enhance revenue collection, combat smuggling, and modernize Nigeria's busiest maritime gateways. Now in sports, former Super Eagles captain Austin J.J. Okocha has attributed the success of Nigerian footballers in Europe to ambition and competitive mindset. In a recent interview, Okocha contrasted Nigerian players' drive with South African talents who often remain within domestic leagues, limiting international exposure. Okocha argued that Nigerian players seek out challenges in the Premier League, Serie A, and other elite competitions, using competition abroad to maximize skill development. He cited current stars like Victor Osimhen and Ademola Lookman as examples of talent honed through global competition. Drawing from his career in Germany, Turkey, France, and England, Okocha emphasized that skill alone is insufficient for success abroad. He noted that South African players face an ambitious gap, often missing opportunities due to comfort in familiar environments. The football legend concluded that determination, resilience, and a willingness to embrace challenges define the continued global relevance of Nigeria's footballers. He called on African players to cultivate a competitive mindset to reach their full potential. 17 Nigerian athletes have officially qualified for the World Athletics Under-20 Championship following the second Niger Delta Games in Benin City. Technical reports confirm that 4 boys and 13 girls met global qualifying standards across track and field events. Sprinters Chibueze Osama and Goswill Sunday led the boys in the 100 meters, while Bright Gift Waibom and Edos Osuewe Salami Ahusi Emre excelled in the 200 meter and 400 meter hurdles. Female athletes led by Ejiro Peter achieved triple gold and advanced in 100 meter and 200 meter events alongside teammates Tejirugu and Praise and Faith Chukwuma. In field events, Favor Olise qualified in a long jump with a 6.33 performance. Olympic legend and technical director Enofiok Udo Obon confirmed results are recognized by World Athletics, enabling official entry to the Under-20 global competition in the United States. With the Niger Delta Games establishing itself as a premier scouting platform, attention now shifts to the National Sports Commission and Athletics Federation of Nigeria (AFN) to capitalize on the talent pipeline and prepare athletes for international competition. Tensions are rising ahead of the 23rd National Sports Festival as several states threaten to boycott over Enugu State's decision to reduce the number of sports events. Traditionally, the festival hosts at least 27 events, often approaching 40, but Enugu reportedly plans to limit competition to 20 sports. Officials raised concern that the reduction could demoralize athletes and undermine the festival's role as a talent pipeline for the 2028 Olympics. Critics argue that Enugu should relinquish hosting rights if unable to accommodate the full program. Enugu State Commissioner for Sports, Lloyd Ekweremadu, dismissed the criticism, noting that the decision followed deliberations during the National Council of Sports meeting in Calabar. He emphasized that representatives from all states approved the reduction in accordance with international best practices. Despite threats of mass withdrawal, Ekweremadu insisted Enugu is prepared to host the biennial event in the final quarter of 2026. The National Sports Commission has not yet issued guidance, leaving athletes and officials in uncertainty. Now in entertainment, Nollywood actress Tonto Dike has fulfilled a multi-year educational pledge for a student in Abuja, covering tuition from junior secondary through university. Following a school evangelism outreach, Dike provided the student with school bags, sandals, and essential learning materials. The actress also extended support to the student's father, a widower raising 3 children, gifting 1 million naira to launch a small business aimed at long-term family stability. DK further donated 10 laptops to ensure an enhanced digital learning for the entire school. This act is part of a broader pattern of philanthropy by DK, which includes pledges to sponsor JAM registration for 1,000 students and provision of prosthetic limbs for individuals in need. Her initiatives prioritize education, infrastructure, and welfare for undeserved communities. Through these interventions, Tonto Dike continues to set a precedent for social impactful engagement in Nigeria's entertainment sector, bridging gaps in opportunity while empowering youth and vulnerable families across the country. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his lifelong commitment to Nigeria's democratic process, describing himself as a die-hard Democrat whose principles will endure throughout his life. Speaking at the State House, Abuja, the president addressed leaders of the All Progressive Congress, APC, and the Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, highlighting the resilience of Nigeria's democracy over the past 26 years. President Tinubu emphasized that democracy thrives on intellectual debate where the majority carries decisions while the minority retains the right to voice dissent, and one that personal and partisan interest must not override the rule of law. The Lagos State branch of the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, has called on the federal government to urgently fill vacant positions on the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, MDCN. This demand follows the tragic death of 21-month-old Nkanu Nnamdi Esege, son of renowned author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, and the suspension of several medical practitioners pending investigation. Nigerian Medical Association Chairman Dr. Saheed Kehinde criticized the ongoing administrative vacuum, noting that while President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed a council chairperson in 2024, the remaining board members have yet to be assigned. That's the news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-304-3710 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Masowa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chuguma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Aneke Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable ethical leadership. Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. They are instruments of trust and stability. Merkel's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Ardern's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear. Citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments on social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass. From Watergate in the United States to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea, responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrates the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, and grassroots civic actions globally show that organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal, it is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
Ndị Igbo si na onye amara ebe mmiri bidoro maba ya ama ebe ọ kwụsịrị. And that actually provides the background for the respect I have for the great work that Center for Memories is doing, Center for Memories. And I wish we would take the work this center is doing a lot more seriously, because we have a rich history. We have a rich history as far from way back, but we also have a rich contemporary history as in Igbo, interrogating the state of human rights in our Igbo. When we talk about interrogate, we are talking about asking serious questions, asking questions aggressively about the state of human rights in our Igbo. But before that question of the state of human rights in our Igbo, there's a very interesting statement, a very interesting philosophical statement in Dumiri in Draso. So that statement speaks to the fact that without the understanding of Ndumiri Draso, you may not even fully appreciate what we are going to be talking about. Ndumiri Draso speaks about the fact that there is no way you can make progress in a society if you do not recognize interdependence. Mmiri actually accommodates the azo, the water accommodates the fish. Without the water, the fish will not survive. But guess what? Without the fish, the water will lose part of its relevance. As a matter of fact, in several riverine areas, what takes people to the water is the fish. So if you remove the fish from the water, people may not even know the water is there. Besides being a means of moving from one point to another, one major reason people go to the water is to get fish. So there is this interdependence between Mmiri and us, between the water and the fish. While the water looks like it's more important because it accommodates the fish, if you remove the fish, the water loses a large part of its relevance. And that is what we are looking at today, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Asu, which speaks to different aspects of Igbo philosophy. Ewe bere, ugo bere, okata na akpari pe, madi biaru no kono nogo, jiri kam jiri. All of these expressions speak to one fact, that we have to learn how to coexist peacefully to the benefit of all of us. So when you get that background, it lays a foundation for the conversation about the state of human rights in our Igbo. And since we are going to look at it from the point of view of interrogating the state of human rights in our Igbo, I want to actually just ask a few questions and answer them, because I don't have all the time in the world. So the first question is, what is human rights? Human rights are basically the rights we have because we are human. There are other more elaborate and fancy definitions. But why I love defining human rights as the rights we have, because innocent. But you as a layman, you're saying, I saw him still. He is not entitled to the person actually didn't commit the crime. So the point is, human rights should be enjoyed by people because they are human, not because they are nice people. Not because they are innocent, not because they are wealthy, not because they are educated, not because they are politically connected, but just because they are human. When we understand this definition, our communities will begin to change dramatically and drastically. For instance, I've noticed that when you come to a village setting and you are discussing issues around human rights, you notice that people who had a bad reputation will actually not get their rights respected, because most people will be judging them based on their past. I don't know if you can connect what I'm saying. That is, if something gets lost in a certain environment, everybody will be looking in the direction of the thief, even if it's not the thief that stole it. In fact, some people actually go to steal something knowing that there is a person who has the reputation for stealing who is likely to take the blame. So they will quickly steal, knowing that everybody will suspect the thief. We all know. It happens also that sometimes when we are discussing human rights, people say, not for this one. The things that, see, we shouldn't be discussing human rights. But the first thing I want to establish is, what is human rights? These are rights we enjoy because we are human. It's that simple. And does it mean that if a person commits a crime repeatedly, the person should be entitled to the rights repeatedly? The unfortunate answer is yes. Is it my opinion? No. So why am I so adamant about it? Because that's what the law says. You cannot exist in a democracy without the rule of law. But let me also surprise us. We forget that human rights did not start with 1999 Constitution. Before the white man came, Igbos had the rule of law. That is why in those days, if the son of a king committed alo, the son of the king will vanish. You see that thematic focus in several home movies in Nigeria, where there's this struggle between power and dominana. There was the rule of law even in Igbo land. Igbo to Igbo such, you had to run beyond an Igbo forest or big body of water if you kill someone, even if it was manslaughter. The status of your father will not save you. So did we have the rule of law in Igbo land? Yes. Did we have respect for rights? Yes. How do I know? We do not even remember that even women had rights. We always think about the fact, that your Okonkwo used to flog his wife in this or that, so we don't have rights. No, it doesn't work that way. Most of us do not know that there are rights that women enjoyed in the southeast, in Alibo, even before the white man came. I'll give you one example that will surprise some of you. You know that it was the right of a woman to have a place to cultivate. It wasn't negotiable, it was a right. Why? I'm not guessing. It's something I researched long ago, because at some point I asked myself, these human rights were discussed, is it so alien? I not only talked to elders, I spoke to a professor of family law. The man shocked me when he started listing the retinue of rights enjoyed by women in traditional Africa. If a woman, for whatever reason, maybe she didn't have a boy child or she was divorced from the husband, was sent back to her family. The family had a duty to allocate her a portion of land to cultivate her ede. It was a right, it wasn't negotiable, whether or not. I was surprised when I got a list of rights. So what does it tell us? We are not that distant from human rights as we have been made to believe by the white man, that everything good came with the white man. No, we had order also. In fact, our society was so well ordered, we so well respected the rule of law and the rule of tradition, that you didn't have to use doors in your house. There was no door in traditional architecture of the Igbo man. We had almost a point of entrance. We had no door. There was no need to lock it. If you went to the market in the good old days, there was no need to actually protect your yam. You had to take some other products home if you finished your business. But you left the yam in the market because the yam was the king of crops. You don't steal yam. You don't steal the king of crops. So we had rules of engagement. So we are not strangers to the rule of law. The fact that the rule of law has been documented now doesn't mean that it has never been there. As a matter of fact, the rule of law was more functional in the traditional Igbo society than it is today in Nigeria, because today the politicians are above the law. In those days, almost everybody was subject to the law. If you refuse to be subject to the law, Anna will take care of you. Because today our courts may decide to even sing on your mandate we stand. But in those days, the goddess of Anna will not permit you to desecrate the land. And as long as you cannot live in the air, that's why in those days you wanted to say something important. You removed your shoes and stood on and said, as you stand on this soil. So we need to begin to ask ourselves, are these things really new? The answer is no. I wanted to lay this foundation before we start talking about issues around interrogating human rights in these modern times. We have not always been the way we are now. We had reasonable respect for the rule of law. That is why, if you notice, people are going back to traditional religious practice in Igbo land. Have you noticed the trend? Have you noticed the trend? Do you know why? Because the system we claim to be operating these days is not protecting us. So somebody decides to sit on your rights. You go to the law. The law is playing games and dying about giving you your rights. So the poor man says what? I don't know if you have been hearing that recently. Because the poor man believes that since I don't have money to fight with you, since I don't want to fight with you in a court that may be biased, let me go to a place where I will get justice. And that begins to tell you that we need to reinvent our present approach to human rights to align with who we were in the past, to respect people's rights without looking at status. Having said that, I'll also ask the next question. What are the different rights we have as a people? There are three major classes of rights. We call them social rights, economic rights, and civic rights. That is also economic, social, and cultural rights. Economic rights, social rights, cultural rights, all of these rights have implications. But one of the things we don't think about is that people have cultural rights. I chose to talk about it a little because it speaks to the state of human rights in Igbo. And if we want to ask questions, we should ask hard questions. Why is it that in your village, Christmas is around the corner, people will organize village revival? Am I correct? If not, you may come to your village next to pull down strongholds and sometimes to burn people's shrines. Let me tell you the truth. When you burn a shrine, just burn a cathedral that pre-exists the churches you built in the city. Every shrine is somebody's cathedral. So if you go and burn a shrine because you are pursuing an evil spirit, you're actually stepping on somebody's cultural rights. That's what I'm saying. So human rights is not about going to police station or going to recuse somebody from the cell. No, there are several implications. We have the freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. I'm asking hard questions today. Why should you go and burn somebody's place of worship without the person's consent? On the assumption that it's the person who stopped you from progressing in your village. And that is purely an assumption. You have refused to work hard. You have refused to study hard. And then when you fail exams repeatedly, your father will go and burn somebody's shrine and say the person is tying you. While some people may practice malevolent spiritual practices, there are also several persons who engage in benevolent spiritual practices. But we lump all of them together Igbo, and we condemn them without realizing that they have a right to choose who to worship, when and where, or to choose not to worship anybody at all or anything at all. So these are tough questions: economic, social, and cultural rights. I will tell you a shocking story that I encountered as a person. I received a report, and we investigated the report, and it was true that a young woman was stripped naked from head to toe and paraded in her hometown, not elsewhere. What was her offense? That she brought India Koromaka to their village. Her village was predominantly following one of the conservative Orthodox churches. A priest participated in this show of shame. So an undergraduate who was in UNN at that time brought a fellowship, and they brought land and wanted to establish Okakorangan and their village. The village conspired, thought she was mental, that we are introducing something alien. She didn't even bring Omenana. She brought another church, another denomination. In the course of teaching her a lesson, they stripped her naked and took her all over the town. They naked. By the time we got involved in that matter, there was pandemonium. We complained that the Muslims in the north apparently make it difficult for Christians to hold crusades and operate freely. And then we come here, we also don't allow some people to operate freely. So how does that speak to the state of human rights in Ali? How can you be pointing one finger at some other persons for persecuting you, and then you're persecuting other persons right in your space? Because we don't understand human rights. So there are different types of rights we have, classes of rights. It's not just about, I just wanted to choose cultural rights to make us understand that this human rights thing is deep. And when you don't allow people to flourish, when you oppress people, you don't get the best out of them. A person who is oppressed cannot be creative. If you doubt what I'm saying, go and check the history of the entertainment industry in Nigeria. Any Anytime the military takes over in Nigeria, the entertainment industry practically dies, it shuts down. Go and check. Chris Okotie and his colleagues reigned under Shehu Shagare. Go and check the records. The records are there. Once the military took over, all the superstars in music, the career stopped. Because you cannot come to a military administration and be shouting Nigeria scatter, scatter Nigeria. You won't sing again. Once certain persons take over power, fear rules the space. Once there is fear, creativity takes back place. Creativity flows freely, doesn't like to be encumbered. So in any place where people are oppressed, you're actually oppressing creativity and productivity. So the question that we need to discuss next is, what are the rights we should have? Modern day rights. I've mentioned some of them. We have a right to decide how we want to worship, who we want to worship, where, when. But I must also point out that some of the rights that we are going to discuss are not for minors. If you are less than 18 years, there are some rights you shouldn't enjoy because your parents will make those choices for you. So I'm saying it so you will understand. But when you become an adult, you are supposed to be mature enough to make choices for yourself. We have so many rights entrenched in the Constitution. We have the right to life. Nobody's life should be taken without recourse to due process. We have the right to liberty. Nobody should be detained. It's common in Nigeria now for whatever reason to detain a human being, sometimes for 6 months, 1 year, and say it for security reasons. No, the laws are clear, very clear about those things. But we choose not to respect the laws because it's politically expedient not to do so. And it's worse in the southeast. So when you go to Imo State, there is this oppression or something that is very notorious for detaining people indefinitely. When you go to Ebonyi State, recently we released a young man who was detained in a military camp for 3 months. And when we investigated, we found out he didn't really do anything. We presented the real story to the commander. He was released the next day. So he wasted 3 months of his life. Just wasted it. And nobody said, I'm sorry. If it's abroad, he will pay the heavy compensation. Not in Nigeria. He will go and do Thanksgiving because he has been released. He will not be talking about compensation. So, we also have the right to be treated like human beings. The right to the dignity of the human person. This is one of the few countries in the world where on a regular we see people sitting on the back of trucks. That's the policemen will arrest us, tell us to sit down on the back of their pickup truck. You come to the police station, they ask you to sit on the floor. Meanwhile, there are empty chairs all over the place, but they'll tell you to sit on the floor. Sometimes I even wonder about my sanity and their own sanity. How can you have chairs that are not occupied and you ask a human being to sit on the floor? So what are the chairs doing there? And the last time I checked, most of those chairs were actually procured by ordinary Nigerians supporting the police. They call them PPR, Police Public Relations Committee, right? And then other well-meaning Nigerians. So we buy chairs and donate to them so we'll be comfortable. Then we come there and they say sit on the floor. So sometimes actually go and check whether there are spirits sitting on those chairs. And you find out that they're just empty chairs. But somebody has found the habit of oppressing you to the extent that you submit. That is, the person dehumanizes you. So even when somebody walks into that police station and looks at you, you look like a criminal. He doesn't have to work hard to convince your family that you're a criminal because you are so dehumanized and so you are so in such a bad shape that people will be asking you, that's the first question most of your friends will ask you. They have not asked you what happened and they assume you're guilty. Because of the way you look like a criminal. They do it intentionally. But as when you come in a suit and you're sitting down in a defiant manner and you cross your leg, like that our sister there, somebody comes in to look at you, and the person will assume that this is a gentleman. What is he doing here? So they don't want you to look like a gentleman. But the law says you should treat us with respect to the dignity of our person. It's not only about the police and the institutions. We have women and men who have empty rooms in their homes, and their house girls and house boys sleep in the kitchen with rats and rodents. That is an abuse of the right to dignity of that house girl. I was raised in a family where my dad forbade calling anybody house girl or house boy. In my home, when you arrange the order, if the house boy house girl was placed as if like this is your senior, this, you give the person the respect that was due to him. My dad would punish you more for disrespecting a family member than that house. So he taught us to just respect people for being human, not because of the state of their family, economy, state of that. No, those things came with the package for me. I didn't have to struggle to learn how to respect. I respect everybody. I respect young people. I respect old people. I respect people who are poor. I sometimes I don't know if I respect people who are rich well, because sometimes they don't even deserve the respect. But you just respect them anyhow because they are human. I actually find it easier to respect ordinary people, to make them understand that they are human. They are not any less human because they are not billionaires. But we have lost all that. So we have a plethora of rights, so many rights. Tenants have rights with their landlords. Landlords also have rights. Employees have rights. You don't just wake up and tell an employee you are fired. If you have the guts to say you are fired, you should also have the guts to pay 1 month in lieu of notice. If you have a tenant and the tenant is not quick to vacate the house and not quick to pay you rent, you should be patient. Go to the law. Don't tell me that the law is slow. My dad taught me some lessons. There was a time I had a furniture company that used to complain too much. All these carpenters, that this, that. My dad said, look, sit down, young man. I sat down. He said, look, if they are smart as you, they will not be in your employment. They will have their own businesses. So your job is to raise them to be who you want them to be, not to complain about them. My dad doesn't talk too much. He will say one thing like the Bible, you can't begin to interpret it for yourself. Say, stop complaining about them, raise them. If they are smart as you, they won't be working for you. I learned that lesson. I started training my workers every Saturday. I bought a car and I started complaining about mechanics. My dad said, you have two options. He said, either you sell your car and start using buses, or you will go and find good mechanics and relate with them. And he said also, I know one day you complain about tenants. He said, either you don't build a house, or you build a house and tenants will go there and you manage them. These things come with the package. So if you have a car, you deal with our mechanics. If you have a house, you deal with the tenants. So you don't tell me, no, the tenants are obnoxious. If you have a house, you have to be patient about evicting your tenants. So there are so many rights, I cannot go through all of them. But what I'm saying essentially is that we must get to that point where we understand that these rights are for human beings. They are not for spirits, and we should ensure that these rights are respected. So the big question for me, the elephant in the room, is what are the worst abuses we are currently dealing with in the Southeast? I would have probably spent less time laying the foundation, because for me this is the big question. And when I have these conversations, I'm not talking as Onyibo, just talking. I talk authoritatively as a person who has probably received the highest number of complaints of anybody in the Southeast. I have received and managed thousands, literally speaking, of complaints from across Alibo. Alibo transcends the Southeast. So we have a unit of HRBC, for instance, in Asaba. I've received thousands of real reports, real time, from people who suffer abuse. So when people argue with me about human rights abuse, I ask them, what do you really know about abuse? Do you have documented cases? How many do you have? I mean, we are talking about how many years? 17 years of sifting through thousands of complaints. So I've been able to find out how the mind of the man works when it comes to human rights. I've been able to see the worst of abuses. I've been able to see people who do things that are obnoxious. I've seen a man quarrel with a brother. You won't get this. Quarrel with a brother, the same father, the same mother. And because he felt the brother was giving him trouble because he was educated, this person, educated lecturer, speaks a lot of English. This one, businessman with plenty of money. The businessman got angry, went and loaded a trailer with scrap. You know what scrap is? Scrap metal. Then went to the gate of his brother, because issues concerning land, passed the scrap trailer, used it to block the gate, and removed the head of the trailer. I don't know if you understand this story. That is, he used the trailer truck filled with scrap metal to block the entrance of his brother's gate. So the only way the brother could remove that was to go and get the head of a trailer, come and hook it to that stuff and drag it out of. And then he also left thugs to look after the trailer, but to ensure that nobody even hooked it to drag it out. So his brother, I've seen all sorts. So the money God gave him was for the purpose of oppressing, to show his brother, okay, I'm going to put you in your place. by using my words to block your gate. That's how cool people can be sometimes. So what are the worst abuses? The worst abuses we have by far, unfortunately, were the police, and security agencies. The cases are difficult to manage, and the cases are legion. The first one is monetization of services. Most people don't know it's abuse. So you go to a police station, you want to go and report a case, and they charge you money for reporting the case. You want to go and arrest the suspect, they charge you money for arresting the suspect. And you suggest, okay, I don't want to pay money for you to bring your vehicle. They say bring money for fuel. You say, okay, I have a car, let's go with my car. I say, no, we can't go with your car. You have to, okay, let me put fuel in your car. I say, oh God, you are difficult. That's not how we do it. Bring money for it. So you now decide, okay, I want to bring the money, make you know whatever for this matter. So you now ask the person, how much will it cost you to buy fuel from say for CID Annex? I'm now using a real case example to MN, and the person says 100,000. So you're wanting, is he driving a V12 vehicle that flies in the air or something? That's the person looks me over and says 100,000. In fact, there was a case we got involved in, and they asked 3 persons to pay 100,000 each for them to go and inspect the site of a dispute, which wasn't a police case, it was a land matter. But somebody took it to the police, I'll get to that. And they collected 300,000 from 3 persons who didn't know their rights to drive from Abani Road to Amen. Of course, our volunteer refused to pay, and they couldn't do anything about it. He said he won't pay. I have a car. If you want to join me, you join me. If you don't want to join me. And when they realized that he wasn't going to budge, they left him and said, no, they are handing so we just leave him. But that has paid, knowing fully well that one of them didn't pay. So that speaks to the state of the mind of the Onyibo. We still have that assumption, so you submit to anything that they throw at you. There's the tendency of the police to do what is not their job, like debt recovery. Many of you here know stories of policemen being used to recover debt in business transactions. That is absolutely wrong and untenable. Anytime I say this in public space, people ask me questions like, so, what am I supposed to do? Going to court takes forever. So I say, no. See, my dad taught me some lessons. I'll share some of the lessons. If you do business, people will owe you. So you have to factor that into one of the things you have to deal with and follow due process. If you don't follow due process, you will pay. I'll quickly tell all of you who may be looking at me as if I'm from the moon that sometimes the oppressor can actually become the oppressed. The hunter can become the hunted. I'll quickly tell you the story of a policewoman who gave a loan to a church member. Church member couldn't pay the money. The money came with 1 million naira interest rate, I think, for 3 months. There was a transaction the woman was doing. The transaction didn't just go through. So she had to pay 2 million capital and 1 million interest. She neither had the capital nor the interest. And what happened? The policewoman arrested her and detained her without evidence of detention. You didn't get that. That is when you take a person to a police station, you document that you arrested Larry Obego and this is the offense he committed. They put her in a cell and there was no documentation. That's abduction. So when the family members go to the station and say, I'm looking for this person, they'll say there's no such person here because the person doesn't even appear in the records. And what was their position? They told the family members after some days, like 5 days, that if you bring the money, we'll release her. That was a simple instruction. Bring 3 million, we'll release her. If you don't bring 3 million, she doesn't go home. The brother came to our office, reported the matter to us. I didn't believe the story. But when we investigated, I asked one simple question. Was this transaction documented? Listen carefully. Because we learn a lesson from this story. In fact, many lessons. The brother said yes, that my sister said it.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is
Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
It gladdens our heart to have you join Security Watch once again on Aneke TV. It is the enlightenment program that is designed for the safety of lives and property. It also makes lots of effort to make sure or guarantee life and property of man in all its ramifications. And as a matter of fact, it does lots of other effort to reduce insecurity to the barest minimum. Thank you so much for being there. You can find us on our socials, Facebook, TikTok, X, and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you so much. My name is Chukwamaka Obase. And our focus for today is on the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps on the road. Permit me to introduce to you the special guest we have on the studio today. We have the Deputy Route Commander and the Public Enlightenment Officer of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Enugu State Command. Doris N. Ago, you are welcome on the show, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me.
All right. May we know how you feel serving as a safety officer in this capacity?
Oh, thank you very much. Once again, I think it's like a dream come true, you know. I will say that it's like doing what you love doing. I like helping, I like talking to people, I like teaching. So finding myself under the public enlightenment is like doing what I love doing, and it makes it very easy for me to do.
Okay, now may we know what's different between the road safety duties and then the safety itself?
Road safety duties?
What I mean is this, having safety as a tool by the road safety officers, what do they do with it?
Let me start by saying road safety duties. Let me first go to what you said initially. Road safety duties are not just road safety duties, it's everybody's duties. It's what keeps everyone alive. It's just that we are there to remind people of what they are supposed to have known. So when we talk about the safety parts of life, it is our duty, my duty and yours. But we are there to remind people that we need to do this right so that every one of us will stay alive. Then safety is safety everywhere. It's a state of being away from danger, away from harm, you know. And nobody wants to be where you get harm. So safety means being safe, being away from danger, being away from harm.
Now, may you know why you think it is very important, or that safety is very important to the road users and other people?
Okay, daily we see things on the road, you know, names, lives lost, property lost, you know, devastating things that you see daily, and they are not good to see, you know. It is our tea and we have to do it. There's some of these things when you see them, you don't even eat for days, but this is your work and you have to do it. Safety is important to everybody, because if we go out in the morning, it's expected that you go out to get what you eat and you come back safely to your loved ones. So when there is the person that went out in the morning does not arrive where he was going to, or did not come back home safely, we see we have lost life, we have lost time, we have lost property, and there are so many people that are dependent on these active ones that go out to look for food, you know. Like the old ones stay at home, the kids go to school, they stay at home. Those of us that are still active are the ones that go out. And when one life is lost, you find out that there are about 6-7 people depending on just this one life that we lose on the road. So we don't want to be losing lives. We want the economy to improve. We want people to live their life in full. And also we want the kids not to be vulnerable, because when you miss a father or you lose a mother, it exposes those kids to what they are not supposed to do. When the father is not there to tend to them, do what is right, they tend to grow on their own, and it could be anything. And when the society is not safe, when we have so many people out there that are not prepared for life, we start having urchins and nobody is safe. So it is better all of us stay safe so that all of us will be happy.
You speak more like safety is your calling.
I love it.
All right, that's very good of you. I want us to be more specific this time. I want to itemize the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps on the road.
Okay, I want to start with our vision statement. Our vision statement is to eradicate road traffic crashes and create a safe motoring environment. When we talk about it, we mean that this is what we desire. This is what our calling is. We want people to come out, find their food, go home safely, And we want the roads to be safe for all of us to use, And you don't just wish it, this is your vision, and you stay at home and the media talking to you. This is now face to face. And this is the part of us that people don't like. Because people are hurrying to go to work, hospital, businesses, they have one thing or the other that brought them out on the road. And you now see an officer stopping you and saying, you didn't do it right. Why are you not wearing your seatbelt? Some people will tell you it's not my business. Are you the one that's going to die? Yes, we are all involved. Because if you die on the road, or one dies on the road, we don't leave the person there. It could cause another crash. So we have to carry the human debris, with stuff that you don't like to see, but you see it because it's your work you carry. So we now have to go and carry those things. And that's why we keep ringing the bell. Wear your seatbelt, don't overspeed, don't drink and drive. Make sure your tires are good. The rain is starting now very soon. And it's expected that everybody checks the tire. The wipers have been there for a very long time. People don't use it because it's not raining, And because it has been there, you think it is still working until you are driving in the night and the rain starts. You find out the wipers are not working, and that is a hazard on the road. So we go out there to accost them. You didn't do it right. Why did you beat the traffic light? Because you could be trying to beat this traffic light, and another person that has the right of way is coming, and there will be a crash. That is why we say obey traffic rules, and when they don't do it, then we will now have to impound the vehicle or give them a ticket to pay. This ticket we give them is not because they pay a lot. You can give as little as 3,000, 2,000. But what matters is that we are making you understand that your time, we can delay you. By the time you go and pay federal government, you don't pay to us, it's not our money, it's a central post, so you pay to the federal government. By the time you take your time to pay that small 3,000, it's very minimal. But you go to the bank and waste your time, and you find that that's overspeeding you were doing that time. It has taken you like 2 hours or 3 hours. You have just managed and drive the right way and get to your destination.
Is it about the person pays the same day?
No, it's not the most you pay the same day. But if you have a driver's license, we'll take your license, we'll give you the ticket. If you pay, you come back and collect your license and you go. So we take something that is valuable, that belongs to us, because we are the producers of this license. So we take it and ask you to go and pay, and you come back and take your license. But we are just trying to tell you that what you did was wrong. Not just what you pay. What you pay is just things. Some people will even want to like, please take 10,000, just go. We say no, go to the bank, go and do the hustles, go there, pay, come back to us, so that you remember the day you met us. We don't kind of get everybody the same day. Everybody has his own day. You might be passing one road for 10 years. We might not even accost you until one day we accost you. So that's our duties. Then we also do the rescue services. These rescue services comes when every other thing has failed, kind of. We have gone there to teach you. We made laws. We've gone to teach you. We on the road, we accosted you and say, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? And because Everybody has his own day. Maybe the ones we said didn't matter to you. Then comes the crash. When the crash now happens, that is like the end of it all. We will now go and carry the debris, we clear the road, we take the wounded to the hospital, we take the dead to the morgue, and this is the part we don't want to do. We wish it will not happen. That is why we go before you and tell you, don't overdrive, don't drink and drive, don't overspeed, repair your vehicle. Let me even go back to what causes these crashes that we see on the road.
But before then, I want to understand, are you saying that any motorist that obeys all of the rules you are talking about, there will be nothing like crash?
Yes, if I obey the rule, you are driving alongside, you obey the rule, you repair your car is in good shape, you are mindful that it's raining, so you reduce speed, you know that the wipers are not good, you repair it, you do what you're supposed to, you don't beat lane, you don't drive in opposite direction, you don't beat traffic lights. These things will be reduced. And when you are descending a slope, like Dubuonyama, that is a recurring decimal that we usually see, it's slopey. There are other people that are using this road. We have big lorries and vehicles that are using this road, and you want to overtake. You are not seeing your front, you are trying to overtake. That means you want something to happen. But if we obey the rules, if you know that these vehicles are going down, they cannot turn. They can't attack you from turning around to it's only when you try to maneuver that we can have issues. That is when we have head-on collisions, because you didn't see the vehicle that is coming up and you try to maneuver, and we don't have much space on that road. So if we obey rules, these crashes will be reduced, and even if it happens, the impact will not be much. So yes, if we obey rules, it reduces traffic crashes.
Okay. Let me quickly come to the causes of the road accident.
Okay. We have.
But before then, do you think you are succeeding in the job you are doing? Like, are you making progress? Are you recording successes?
Of course, if you're not.
You do.
If you're not recording successes, we won't be here.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Then you mentioned that you eradicate road accident on the highways. But we still hear accident there, almost on daily basis.
No, I said our vision. That is our dream. You don't dream. You can dream that you are in London. It is your dream. That is our vision. We want a situation whereby we will eradicate road traffic crashes and create a safe motoring environment. But it depends on you and I. If we have this vision and we are working towards it, and you as humans out there are not doing what they are supposed to do, I can't be doing my own and doing their own. We've made the law, we are doing the enforcement, we are doing the public enlightenment, we do the clearing, and if you decide not to help us to achieve this, saving lives, that could be yours, that could be your parents, that could be your child's own, then we will keep pushing. We'll keep doing our work, keep pushing, hoping that one day people will understand it and follow the rules.
Okay, you assured me that you're making successes.
Yes, we do.
From the much you are doing already.
Yes.
And my interest is why the road accident, and after which people die. Let's come back to the causes of road accident.
Okay, we have three main causes of crashes on the road. We have the mechanical faults, we have the human factor, then we have the environmental factor. I'll start with the environmental factor. Environmental factor is like that happened in our home just a few weeks ago. A big tree fell and crushed some people. That is the environmental factor. It rarely happens. It doesn't happen every day. That thing that happened might take up to 10 years before we hear that kind of story again. Trees might fall, but it might not fall on a vehicle. You understand? So it's rare. The occurrence is rare. Then we have the mechanical fault. The mechanical fault is maybe something along the way, something happened. Maybe the engine caught fire, things like that. Mechanical, or maybe a repair that went wrong, can spark up fire in a vehicle. Or you change tire, you didn't fix it well, But even if you check it very well, you find out that the human hand is still in it. The mechanical factor now. Then
in that case, whose fault particularly?
I'm still coming to that.
Okay.
So we now have the human factor. The 85% of why we have crashes on the road is due to the human factor. Human factor being that when you fix the tire, you didn't do it right. Your tire is due to be changed, you didn't change it. Your brake is light and you know it's getting flat, and you did not change the brake pad, and you are driving in the night without light. You don't have a functional wiper. You need to go for maintenance. You didn't go. When you drink and drive, you overspeed, you carry overload. All those things are human factor, because we have a choice not to do it that way. You can decide to load the normal load on your vehicle and you carry it. Forget about the money. We don't think about the wears and tears that happens to the vehicle. All we wanted was that money that we wanted to make that time. So we now give like 85% of the reasons why we have crashes on the road is because of the human being. The remaining 15% is between the mechanical fault and the environmental factor. So you find out that the humans are the reasons why we have crashes. And of course, it's the humans that it affects after the end of it all.
Okay, I want to put a question this way to you. If your target, being a safety officer on the road, if your target is to prevent accident, if it is, and if peradventure we are still seeing accident here and there and all of that, do you think you are succeeding in that your target?
Even in the Western world, in the places where we feel that they have attained everything, everything is in place, everything works well, we still have crashes there and we still have fatalities there. There is never a time that we can totally eradicate crashes, but what we want is to make sure that we don't have fatalities when it happens. You can have minor crashes. Somebody might mistakenly hit you, without looking well. You now bump into your car. You take it to a mechanic, you repair. We don't want to have people dying on the road. We don't want to have fatalities. It will happen. But let us reduce the fatality of the effect that we have.
All right. How do you treat traffic offenders? You have mentioned that in some cases you give ticket to pay some money. Apart from that, what are other punitive measures?
Punitive measure, that's just a punitive measure that we give. You pay your ticket, you come and collect your vehicle. Then there's some minor offenses that we can just caution you. We can talk to you and you will go. So it depends on the gravity of the offense that you commit. Okay, let's look at somebody that is driving in the opposite direction. You're supposed to be going straight and you're driving on the opposite direction.
Before then, I'm interested in the punitive measures.
And that's what I'm still saying.
Okay, if the only punitive measure you have is to caution and then issue ticket to pay, I am thinking, or am I mistaken if I think you have the right to arrest?
We'll arrest you before we give you a ticket.
Oh.
After the arrest, you now take your ticket and you go and pay.
Okay, just arrest and issue the ticket, you don't prosecute?
It depends on what the person did. Like sometimes I was trying to talk about somebody driving in the opposite direction. That person is supposed to be taken to a psychiatric hospital for evaluation. Because why should you be driving opposite a vehicle? You can have a head-on collision, and that's the most fatal crashes that we have on the road, because it's head-on collision. The person there. So if one is caught driving that way, you should go to a psychiatric for an evaluation. So it depends on what the person did before we now give the measure that we're supposed to give.
Now, how do you succeed in your arrests since you don't carry rifles? Yes. How is it possible to you?
Well, I will not say. I will not say. I will not say it is very easy. Our men are going through a lot to do the work. In short, when they are doing a humanitarian job, they are trying to save lives, and you see people out there fighting them, and when something happens, somebody that has been accosted, maybe you stop the person from doing what he was doing, or he didn't achieve what he wanted to because you stopped him and you booked him, and you see any slightest issue with a road safety officer, the person will be the first to from somewhere start throwing stone and start causing trouble. You don't know what the person had in mind, you don't know why the person is doing it, and another person that does not know why he is doing it will now join. We are doing our work to save lives. If a road safety officer stops you and says your tires are worn, change it. Or even if he book you for this tire that is worn, he's trying to save your life tomorrow. I have an example. I was a time in Benue then when I was posted to that we were walking in Benue. One vehicle from Enugu was going to Makurdi. And at the roundabout, Enugu roundabout in Benue, we accosted him. He refused to stop. He zoomed off. By the time he passed the Benue command, there's one bend before you start moving on to Makurdi. The car had a crash. He didn't die, but his legs, they must ampute those legs, So it was still the same team that tried to stop him for overspeeding that went to do the rescue services. And then when he saw them, he started crying. It was late already. So when we are cautioning people, they don't value it. It's when they now get to the end, they now start valuing our work, But that is not how it's supposed to be. You should value those people that say, stay safe, do the right thing so that your life lasts longer for you.
Okay, you confirmed that it is not easy arresting people without rifles?
No, it's not.
You
too should know that.
I am thinking so.
It's not easy.
Before
We have
that
to do our job.
people can be funny. Yes, and they can be violent also. Okay, do you think, or do you wish that government approves rifle to you to make your work easy?
Well, I think those people that are working towards getting that, they've not relented. So if the government feels it is needed to enhance the job, to make it easier for us, I think they will go ahead and give it to us.
Okay, I want to be particular here. What is your punitive measures for driving without seat belt or using phone on steering?
It is not much, like 3,000. It's not much.
Oh, like 3,000?
Yes, but what
will you stand there and then make sure that person puts on the seat belt?
We will. Okay, it's done this way. If you have a driver's license, that driver's license is an important document.
Okay.
So we will hold your license. Then you can go and do your duties. You wear your seatbelt before you move. If you like, you go out to remove it. We have done our duty to make you wear it. But if you don't have a valid license, maybe your license is already expired, that means we impound this vehicle until you go and pay. Then you renew your license. If it's renewable, if you don't have a license, you start a new license, and it takes like 6 weeks to get it. So however it is, you have to go through this pain to remember that you need to do the things that you're supposed to do right, so that you get the right result.
You mentioned earlier that it is part of your duties to issue driving licenses.
Yes.
You did so.
Yes.
Now, how do you ascertain who is worthy to be issued this license before you do that?
Okay, I would say this particular issue, it's not something we can just box into this. When we need to talk about license, we will do it. It's a whole day stuff. But I will say that it is a tripartite arrangement where we have the VIO, we have the Board of Internal Revenue being part of it, and we have our own side of it. The board, they do the check-ins, they have their own side of it. Then we produce. Production means we are at the end of it all. We come for capture in office, we send it to our plant, it is produced, and it returns back to Board of Internal Revenue. So you go and collect from board. That's why I say it's tripartite. We are 3 doing this work to ensure success.
Okay, anybody that is carrying driving license, what is the implication? That person can drive, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Why do we see a lot of people who parade driving license and they cannot drive?
I think it's a personal thing. People go to driving schools. People go to school. Let me even drop the driving school side. People go to school, they graduate, and they cannot defend their certificates everywhere. You still see people that don't even go to school, but when you see them talk or act, you're like, this person is learned. It is a personal thing. People, if you want to learn something, if you feel you have a passion to do something, you should do it right. People just, if I don't have a license, I will not drive. So let me go to driving school and pass out and collect my license. And we're forgetting that you're driving, you're not carrying your life, your family, and a lot of other people. You're carrying lives, and you need to protect this life. When somebody now entrusts life into your hand and enter your vehicle, it's like, I am at your mercy. Take me to my destination, and people don't understand the gravity of being a driver. I've been driving for like 12 or 13 years now, and once I enter the car, you need to focus. No matter what it is, you need to focus. But some people see it as just something we do to just get.
Do you not think that happens because you're a safety officer?
I started driving before I joined the car.
Okay. There are a lot of other people who see they drive recklessly. You have noticed that?
Yes, there are so many reasons why people drive recklessly. It's not because they don't know how to drive, but maybe they are under influence. One, maybe they want to show off. There's some cars you carry, you want people to see you.
And maybe they have the license and they're not qualified to own a license.
Well, it's another ball game altogether. But if you already have a license, you should live up to it. You can be qualified, you can know how to drive, and you still make mistakes on the road. Like you can see a professor, learned people, driving under influence. You can see somebody that didn't go to school, just driving maybe to earn a living, and is driving well. It all depends on the person. So carrying a license is not a ticket that person is very qualified. It is in you. You will decide if you will do it right. Like every other job that we do, you will decide, I want to excel in this thing I'm doing, and you will work towards excellence. But if you just want to do it anyhow, then you do it anyhow. We are all adults, even when you are accosted and corrected, when you leave that place, you continue what we do, because our eyes are not everywhere. We cannot follow you everywhere. We have like how many of us in the state? We can't control everybody, but we keep going one after pace by pace, hoping that people will understand and act right.
Okay, let's look at the requirements for obtaining a driving license.
It is, like I told you years ago, it's a long process. So when you want us to talk about driver's license, it's going to take us a whole day to talk about. But first you have to go to a driving school. So when you go to after the driving school and you are certified that you have passed your driving school, then you come over for your capture. So after the capture, it's sent to the database where it's produced and it's returned to the Board of Internal Revenue for collection.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We want to observe the short break, but when we come out from the break, we would like you to tell us the importance of fire extinguisher in every vehicle.
It's all right.
For break. Everyone, thank you so much for being there. It has been a nice time. We have been here discussing the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps on the road, and we know you are there. Thank you so much. Just a short break. We shall be right back. Don't go away.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Thank you so much. Back from the short break. It's still the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. And our topic for today is the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps on the road. Thank you so much for being there. I've been here with the Deputy Route Commander and the Public Enlightenment Officer of the Federal Road Safety Commission, Enugu State Command, Doris and Ago. Thank you so much. Let's continue.
Thank you.
All right, before we went to the short break, we were talking about the importance of fire extinguisher in vehicles.
Okay, fire extinguisher is what we use to extinguish fire if it happens while driving or even when it's stationary. And because the fire that is involved in vehicle is not just ordinary fire, there's fuel involved, so we expect something big. When it breaks out, the combustion is always high, and it needs something that will combat it. So the fire extinguisher is basically the only thing. People use soap, water, almost sand, but what gets it extinguished fast so that you will not have much destruction on the vehicle is a fire extinguisher.
Okay. Well, how does it matter that someone drives a vehicle without a plate number?
Wow. That's a security breach, if I can say that. If you are driving a vehicle without a plate number, we don't know if it's stolen, if it's your own. Yeah, it's still not registered. It's not licensed already. You're not supposed to drive a vehicle that does not have a plate number.
Okay.
So
then what's the punishment allotted to that?
We will, if you are accosted, we keep it. You get a plate number. You go and register it. It means that the vehicle is not registered. And if it's even bad on the person that's driving it, because if somebody takes it and registers it, it becomes the person's own. So it's dicey. It is not safe for anybody to drive a vehicle without a plate number. That means it's not registered.
There was a lot of government official vehicles going without plate numbers.
Don't bring them here. They are government. They know what they want to do and they are doing it. So they just don't bring that here.
Okay. I want to know how you succeed in educating the motorists and the general public on the safety rules. How do you succeed in doing that? Where do you get them?
Okay, I want to say what we have the children own. We have youth safety education where we do those ones in school, primary and junior secondary. In secondary school, that's we call it the youth safety education. We have the road safety club. These are the youth couples, the couples that are attached to us. They also help us in the enlightenment. We teach them, they teach us, teaching people that will teach others. Okay, we still have the regulars like me that go out to schools, to markets, to public places to talk to people. When you are educating people, when you're talking to them, they listen. So long as they are not passing with their money, it is okay. They like to listen to it. If you have pictures, they love it. You have flyers, they'll collect it from you. The only time they're angry with you is when you accost them, you want to book them, you want to give them tickets to go and pay. That is the only time they don't like the work we do. But every other work we do, it's okay with them. They love it. So it's easy to talk to people, especially when you know what to tell them and where it concerns them. There was this time we had a program that we were going to all these trailers that brings cattle down to this place, tomatoes and those things. We went to them and we are trying to educate them not to be entering the same vehicle where we have cattle and goods. We were teaching them that it's not good to travel in the same vehicle where we have cattle and tomatoes and all that. When something happens, the fatality is always high. Yes, they liked it, but when you look the other way, they say, how can you travel from the north and enter? The motor will come alone. You now enter another bus and pay another money. Everybody is trying to save this money. Nobody is trying to remember that life is important, But when you go there, they will like it. They will talk to you. They will be nice to you. They will listen. But it is the execution that really matters. How many of them, after talking and you turn your back, will really do the right thing?
Okay. Okay, that's where the problem is.
Yes, it's not.
Because I was about asking you. But I know that talking to students is important. Talking to market women, it's important. But then I think where the problem is, or the
compliance.
Compliance first, but then I think it is the motorists. Because drinking or steering is about the motorist. Not putting on the seat belt is about the motorist. What again, overspeeding is about the motorist. Not using the fire extinguisher, it's about them. Using phone on the steering is about them and all of that. So they are more directly involved. So that's what I mean. How do you go about getting the most appropriate people and talking to them?
Of course, when you're talking to the market people, you have the drivers of the truck there. We go to motor parks, we go to churches, we go to, you actually go everywhere. You talk to people, you must get people at every point in time, even bus stops. You might be passing and you talk to people at every point in time. Even when you're correcting a child that is trying to cross the road wrongly, it is public enlightenment. If you have a passion to do it, even do it unconsciously. You're like, hey, stop it. You won't even know what you're doing. Stop, don't do that. It's wrong. Before you know, you have already passed the information that you need to pass. We are doing our work. Let people comply. That's
okay. Looking at the rate of compliance already. Do you think you have done enough, or do you consider moving forward to do more?
There is no enough when it comes to life. When it comes to saving life, it's a continuous thing, it's an everyday thing. The people you talk today, if I go to a particular park for 5 weeks, the people I'll say, you only get about 2 or 3 people that you have talked to there the next time you come. So you always see different people, new faces, and that is it means that it is a continuous process. You must continue to talk to people so that you can get more people. This is the only time you get like thousands in minutes, when people watch and listen. That is where we get more audience. But going from park to markets, to churches, you talk to a congregation, and the next Sunday you will still meet new people, and you still have new things to tell them. So it is a continual process, and we are not relenting.
Are there separate things you are telling them, or it is the same safety rules you have mentioned here?
Safety rules will never end. You cannot exhaust them in a day. You say this, but if it's don't drink and drive you want to talk about, you can talk about it the whole day, and you continue. You get another thing, you now to talk about it.
Okay, then how do you meet up in the emergency cases on the road in the right time?
Okay, well, emergency cases, when we get a call, we have 5 minutes to meet. When it's emergency, every second counts. So we already have a standby vehicle for that. We have the ambulance that is always on standby day and night. People are there. Before you go, you pray. We don't want anything to happen, but if it happens, they are there to do it. Then we have our tow truck in case they need to be towed. We have a tow truck that is on standby as well. So emergency, we are apt when it comes to emergency.
Okay. Then what do you do? What's your services in terms of emergency?
Evacuation. Those ones, when you come to emergency situation, worst case scenario, you have the dead, you have the wounded, you have those ones shouting. Those ones that are not even shouting are the worst cases. They might be wounded and dying, and they can't shout. So these are the first people we pick. The dead ones are already dead, so they are well out of it. The ones that are shouting still have chances. It's those ones that are stuck, that might not be shouting, but they are still alive, that you rescue first. Then you pick those ones that are shouting because they are still conscious. So you pick the unconscious, then you pick the conscious and take them to the hospital before you come back for those ones that are dead. Then the debris need to be removed. Because if you leave an accidented vehicle or a crashed vehicle on the road, it is bound that another one will happen there. So immediately when the ones that are wounded are dead are moved, then the tow truck comes in and pull it off. If you cannot move them because there's some vehicles you cannot move immediately, at least you take it off the roads so that other ones can have an access road and pass and reduce traffic on the road and help others to move on.
Do you make any effort to understanding the cause of any accident?
Yes, we do. In short, we have a team that always go back to a scene of a crash to check what happened. Once it happened, the person will be there. Eyewitnesses account matters. The driver, if it's okay and conscious, can tell you what happened. Whoever is involved, passerbys, watchers will tell you what happened. Then you now match it with the other accounts you get, from the driver, from the passengers, from the person from the other vehicle, and whoever is around. Then you still go back and analyze it. Then everything is cleared. You mark the person, those people mark the road and go back. Then sit back and analyze how it happens. And most times we get the pictures together because the driver might not want to be liable, and he will be telling you, it wasn't me, I was trying to move and it bashed into me, But when you see how the car or the vehicle is parked after the crash, or the skids, the tire skids, the marks on the road will show you where it started. If it was a brake failure, or if it was trying to match brake or trying to escape another oncoming vehicle, with that you can analyze and find out what happened, and you forward it for all to the headquarters.
What do you do with it?
They use that to make policies, to help in a situation where we have occurrences like in Ugunyama, where we always have occurrences. They are now looking at the topography of the place, what you can do to help the place to reduce accidents, crashes on the road. So they use it for policy making to help people escape crashes.
Okay, can you itemize some of the prevalent or more prevalent causes of road accident?
Okay, I will say one is overspeeding, drunk driving, overconfidence. That's another one that people don't even look at. When you will see a vehicle moving, the space, the place is narrow, and you feel you can move, I can drive, you want to maneuver. that overconfidence most times causes head-on collision, because you must have judged the oncoming vehicle and you feel your speed is higher, you can maneuver, and that one is not yielding way, because there's some people that will slow down for you to come, to pass. But there's some people that will like, why is it coming? Okay, let him come. The person will now think the other one will slow down, and that is when we have head-on collisions, and most times they are fatal.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to know what you do to make sure that highway codes are standardized, road traffic codes.
You mean our own highway code?
Yes.
It is standardized on its own. It is of standard. I think we'll be talking about availability, but when it comes to standard, it is of international standard.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, how do you determine and enforce speed limit of vehicles?
Initially when the speed limiter came, we were trying to get everybody, most buses, to get it installed. Most buses, especially those that are running interstates, have speed limiter.
Okay.
But the ones I can say is the routine buses, most of them don't have it. But we are still working on. Some of them still come and say, I want a speed limiter. Because we enforce it. If you are accosted and you don't have it and you're supposed to have it, we enforce it. So some of them on their own, I don't want to wahala, I want to install the speed limiter. So people are still coming for speed limiter.
Okay, then is there any way you synergize with other agencies on the road, like the police on the road?
We are all sister agencies, and when we need their help, they are there. When they need our help, we are also there for them.
In what cases?
We collaborate with them in traffic execution of traffic rules. There's some places you come, you see police, you see other agencies, doing traffic work and all the important things that we want the road to be sanitized. You do your own, I do my own. We come together. You find out that the works are interwoven somehow, so they help each other. The important thing is that we get the work done. Let people be safe in the state. That's what's important.
Are there other agencies involved? I mentioned the police.
I don't need to mention the others. We have call them sister agencies.
Okay.
We have people, uniform agencies that work together. We work together.
Okay, in all of this, I think the bottom line is the safety of people.
Sure.
And you have mentioned here that where we have the problem is on the aspect of compliance.
Yes.
What do you think should be done so that motorists will comply more than what we are seeing today?
I think we'll continue with the public alignment, because that is what we believe. We don't need to tie people to do the right thing. In as much as we accost you, we give you a ticket. If one do not want to change, you cannot change if you don't tell yourself we want to change. If somebody is continuously drinking and driving, it's only when he sits himself down and say, I don't want to be doing this. You can continue to be giving him ticket. He will be paying until he tells himself that this life, I don't want it. Or he loses the life. So it's of two ways. It's either he changes or he loses the life. So we will do our own, hoping that people will understand and do their own part. Because I cannot do my own. I can't be driving for you and driving for myself. In as much as defensive driving teaches us that I can't be driving for myself and driving for you. But it's just taking safety precautions when I'm driving, so that I'll stay away from you, so that you won't bump into me. That is what it teaches. But in the real sense, I can't drive your vehicle and drive my own at the same time. I can only play safe, so that the person carry the wahala and pass and leave me in peace.
Are you not considering maybe the option of re-strategizing? Because most times you may not be able to get a different result if you do one thing over and over again, the same method.
I didn't say we are not getting results.
I know.
We are
but
getting
the result is maybe plus or minus 50%.
No, it's not.
Okay, give us the statistics.
I'm not giving you statistics now because I don't have it written down here. But I'm saying every year we check what we have done with the statistics, because every crash that happens, we pick the number of people involved, wounded, dead, whatever, the number of vehicles involved, and we send the statistics to our HQ, and they compile it. At the end of the year, they use it to make policies. If they are going to take higher, like there was a time we were doing reduction, 50% reduction of traffic crashes and fatalities. We know we made impact during this time. We reduced it to 25%. We kept moving it up and down depending on the statistics on how you find out that last year we had crashes in Ogunyama, but the fatality was not what it used to be. This year we have fatalities, so we work towards reducing the fatalities. We didn't say it will not happen at all. We have not gotten to that point where crashes will not happen at all, but we want a situation whereby people will just be scratches, the vehicle will go to mechanic will repair it, and people will go home. So
I am looking at you as a teacher.
Thank you.
Because a teacher in a classroom teaching students or pupils, if you use this method, if it doesn't work, you may decide to change the formula. The second formula or the third one may work.
Yes.
If you use this example, if you see that maybe the pupils or the students are not, they don't understand, you may decide to use a separate example. With that, they may understand.
I do.
Mine is a clamor for more compliance.
Okay.
You have your method we've been using to teach, to educate the motorists and then the general public. I would have wished you re-strategize by way of getting to have or to teach them with different methods. Maybe we will record more compliances.
I am not saying we are not re-strategizing. We are doing it. Every year we do that. We bring up the way we're going to run it for the year. So strategies changes every time. So long as we are getting results, we will continue.
Okay. At this point in time, I want you to itemize the challenges you meet on the road with the motorist as a safety officer on the road.
There are many. We have non-compliance. We have people getting aggressive. In Nigeria, nobody wants to part with his money and his time. When you accost the person, you are now looking at his time and money getting involved. So we have some people getting volatile. We have some people trying to even fight those safety officers.
Trying to fight?
Yes, we have places where.
Why are you not saying it loudly?
I am saying it as loud as I can.
Okay.
And the people that want to get violent with you, in trying to keep them safe. So
is that not an offense?
It is an offense, It is an offense. Some even want to gather people to mock, But we are not relenting. The important thing is that we are not relenting. These lives you're saving might not just be your own. It could be somebody it might not just be somebody you don't know. I've had places where we go for rescue and you find that it's somebody that you know, that is maimed, that is dead or wounded. When a call for rescue comes, we don't see it as it is work. It is passion. You see people that are not even on duty, detailed on duty, picking their jackets and running off, just to save this lives. And people out there don't see, they don't understand the passion to save life. You don't just bring everybody that you see on the road to come in and walk in rescue. These are people that want to help, but out there some people don't understand it. It's not just work, it is passion for us.
Okay. Then the other aspect of it, what are the hazards of this your duty on the road?
Sometimes people get knocked on the road, on full uniform. You see somebody on full speed, you will see the person coming and you think the person will break, and sometimes they don't break. They hit and run. Some of us die on the road trying to help other people. There was even issues, places where somebody went on rescue and another vehicle came there and crushed, trying to rescue. We are flagging him down, slow down, and he didn't. Before you know it, has already knocked somebody down. So there are so many hazards.
In that case, what do you do?
What will you do is rescue the rescuer now. So what will you do? Start and rescue all over again. In tears, in pains, but you have to do the work.
Okay, let's bring it to the aspect of the government. Has government been able to provide you with everything you need to do this job effectively?
Nobody provides everything you need to do this job with.
But you are a government agency.
Yes.
Is that the responsibility of the government to provide?
Everything. If we might have other things that we need that they've not provided, they are providing. Well, it's important that those things that we need are provided. And if we need more, we will ask for more. And they do their own part. We might not have everything that we need, but at least we have the things that we need to do the work.
I want to ask you this question directly. Do you need more?
Of course, everybody is Oliver. I know you are too. If you are asked, you are given an opportunity to ask, you will ask. So if you ask me, I will ask for more.
Aneke TV has provided this opportunity for you to ask. I want to remind you that the government is listening now as we speak. So this is a free charge opportunity to talk to the government. That you are the Oliver Twist now. I wanted to ask for some more.
Of course, the government know that if you have more vehicles, it will help us to do more.
Okay.
You understand? So
ask as many as you can. This is the opportunity.
My desire is to have maybe another vehicle, 1 or 2, to help us in the work that we do, or maybe a rescue vehicle as well to help us do the work better. But that is it.
Okay. Now I do observe that it is the there are the obedient motorists that you encounter on the road, and there are the disobedient ones.
No, we don't just encounter the obedient ones. So most times if I'm on the road and I see those ones that are obedient, that listens to you, you know that these are the people that you can easily convert. These are the people that you easily talk to and they will obey you. I caution them. That's for me, I will caution. Don't do it again, knowing that they will obey you. The ones I don't like are those ones that will look you in the face and like, what can you do? You know, that is when you show them that I can book you. And you go and pay for this offense, you know. So the gullible, the ones you feel are gullible are not really gullible. These are the people that I love. Those are the people that I love talking to. But sometimes those ones that you think are machos on the road, they are the bullies on the road. Sometimes when you see them down and talk to them, it's just that ignorant. They don't know. They don't understand it. By the time you talk to them, show them pictures of names and dates, you know, they go sober and they will understand you. So it depends on the approach on how to talk to people on the road that determines how they react to you, on how they try to understand what you are saying.
I understand that each day you are going to work, you get prepared because you wouldn't know what you're going to meet for the day.
Yes, we have a normal routine, yeah. But also you prepare for the unforeseen.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
You get prepared for that.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, are there no motorists? You've mentioned that there are the ones that are complying, and those are the ones that help you record the successes you've recorded, isn't it? Are there no motorists who are complying with these rules?
There are people complying, and there are some that are still breaking the rules.
Okay, but the problem you have are those who are breaking the rules.
Yes.
Okay. I want you to do a shout out to those who are complying. Do a shout out to them.
Okay, these are my people. These are people that listen, people I talk to, people that obey traffic rules. I love you all, and please continue to obey traffic rules because your life you're saving is yours and other people's life. If you obey and keep your life safe. So keeping safe for all of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Once again, I want you to speak to those who are thick-headed and those who give you headache on the road. They just have to change, otherwise
those ones
they meet the full rot of the
those ones that like giving headache on you. You know, you're not a Superman, nobody is, you know, and I wouldn't want you to get to a point whereby you regret not doing the right thing. So please do the right thing so that you get the right result. Road safety is out there to help you stay safe. Please obey traffic rules so that you stay alive for those you love and those that love you.
You have asked the government for more. Would you like to make a shout out to the government?
Oh yeah, the government, they are doing their best, but we still want you to do more. Do more so that we'll do our work better. Okay.
All right, this is where we'll draw the curtain for today. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Avia, thank you so much. I've been here with the Deputy Route Commander and the Public Enlightenment Officer of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Enugu State Command. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Doris and Ago.
Yes.
Thank you for coming. Avia, thank you so much. It's been a nice time we had with you discussing on the safety duties of the Federal Road Safety Corps officers on the road. Thank you so much. We are going to drop or stop here to continue again. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape, popularly known as Japa. The term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched. Universities lose experienced lecturers. Industries struggle to find qualified hands. Productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of Japa are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve. Competitive pay, safer work environments, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward, better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and backing, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of Japa into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
As technology continues to advance, artificial intelligence is finding its way into every aspect of our lives, including education. But as school experience with AI teachers and virtual classrooms, one question remains: can we trust AI to educate our children? Today we hit the street to find out what Nigerians think.
I wouldn't trust AI to, but they can inform. There's a difference between education and information. Education is like training, taking over. You have a teacher in school. You should listen to your lecturer. It's not about what somebody says. Or this is garbage in, garbage out. Even those of us who use computer know that at a stage computer gets confused on which word to put. The same thing applies to those of you who use Google to travel. At a stage, Google can carry you to another place. So you can consult AI when the need arises. It's especially for research work. If you are writing your project now, there are things you want to get to know. You ask AI. AI will tell you. You put it in your work. Or if you are a student, for instance, or you are doing a research, not that things you are supposed to learn in school, then you drop it and AI will take over.
Yeah. Because it's more understanding than anything. It's more they are more understanding.
One thing there is that change is the only thing that is constant. In this era, if you say that you wouldn't want your children to learn through AI or whatever, that means you don't understand the extent that AI is going. Yes, of course, they must have to learn through the use of AI, but that cannot replace the involvement of human beings, because AI may be efficient, but it doesn't have that empathy that human beings have. So there are certain things embedded in nature, made by God himself, that no technology can reproduce. And those things are why we cannot ignore certain other things that must be brought in, even as we use technology. But as for whether I would want my children to imbibe the AI stuff, that one is certain, because this is the era for it. A lot of things are now being done using AI.
I prefer human being. AI is a robot. It's not everything that he knows. But human being, naturally, there are some things he explained. It's not just, how do I put it? It's sometimes you ask questions and human being explain with nature. But robot don't know anything about nature. He cannot explain. It's only what he thinks is better. Let me just say, most of the time, ask AI a question, he will say he don't know it. But as a human, once you are educated and you exist, you just have a little reference to what someone has, even if you cannot tell the full detail of that, but you can give out something that the person will hold on.
I trust AI to educate me because it's an artificial intelligence which can make you to be what? To be computer literate, that will guide you, and also you can use it to empower yourself in order for you to be financial dependent. It can lecture you into technology aspect of life, which you can use it to produce a lot of things and be useful to yourself. I don't think that there is any negative side of it, because for my children, it helps them in solving their homework, which there is artificial AI, that is artificial intelligence app that is in my phone, that will help my son to do some of his homework by himself in mathematics.
AI, there is the human factor. AI is not as calculative. AI cannot calculate, okay, this is what you need. For example, when you say my educational level, you mean as like different professions now. So for example, in medicine, AI does not know, AI does not have experience. So AI cannot train me according to what's happening in real life situation. It only has intelligence. There's intelligence and there's real life circumstance. So AI can't give practical examples. So in the side, I realized maybe it can make people become lazy, because every little thing people now jump to AI. It can reduce their intelligence quotient, because what makes people intelligent is stress their mind to think more. So AI can make people stop thinking, and which is now reducing their intelligence quotient, which means that whenever there is no AI, they can't function properly.
I'll prefer human beings to educate my children, because I think they most had a knowledge about education. AI just came like a year ago or 2 years ago. In as much as, yes, the world is internet based and AI is what is the main issue right now, but I would still prefer a human than AI. Concerning our society these days, the children these days are so internet inclined. So, and we parents these days are trying to be very, very careful with what our children see online. So, if my child is above 15, I can trust AI. But below that age, I wouldn't want to, because of what is in the internet these days.
The opinions on AI education are mixed. While some see it as future of learning, others remain cautious. One thing is clear: as technology shapes our classrooms, the conversation about trust, qualities, and human touch in education is only just beginning. I am Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the weak comes into focus. Weak in which respect? Only on Aneke TV.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable ethical leadership. Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. There are instruments of trust and stability. Anneke's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Eden's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear. Citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent, and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments in social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass. From Watergate in the United States to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea, responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrate the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, and grassroots civic actions globally show that organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal, it is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency. Implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payments to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector, but experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payment, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This health matters only on Aneke TV.
Hello and welcome to Health Matters on Aneke TV. I am your host, Sharon Uchi. Health is often described as wealth, yet many of the conditions that affect our well-being are preventable, manageable, and better understood with the right information. On this program, we break down medical issues, speak with experts, and provide practical guidance to help you live healthier, longer, and better. This is Health Matters, where your health comes first. We'll go on a short break. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This health matters only on Aneke TV.
Turn our attention to an issue that affects millions of people, yet is often misunderstood. Today we focus on a condition that has become a major public health issue worldwide: cancer. Cancer does not discriminate. It can affect anyone, young or old, male or female, regardless of background. Yet, despite its prevalence, misconceptions and lack of awareness remain widespread. On this edition of Health Matters, we'll examine the facts, debunk the myths, and highlight the warning signs you should never ignore. Most importantly, we will discuss how early detection and timely intervention can save lives. Stay with us as we explore the reality of cancer and the practical steps you can take to protect yourself and your loved ones. Joining us with expert knowledge and informed opinion on this subject is Professor Sunday Ocheni, a professor of hematology at the University of Nigeria. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Nice being here.
Thank you for joining us once again.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start from the beginning, Doctor. To our viewers, cancer is a word that brings fear and confusion, and when someone notices that you have cancer, it seems like this is just the end of the world, and a few days later you're going to, the person might end up dying. So we'd like to know, could you help us understand exactly what cancer is and how it develops in the body?
Okay. So cancer is a group of diseases characterized by uncontrolled growth, development, and proliferation in different parts of the body. So cancer usually develops as a result of changes in DNA, what we call mutations. So these changes in DNA or mutations that occur in the cells makes it in such a way that cancer cells grow uncontrollably. Normally, what happens in the body system is that normal cells undergo controlled growth and development. When the child is growing, the child continues to grow. Every part of the body grows together until the child becomes an adult. So a cell is supposed to grow normally in a controlled environment. But what happens in cancer is that as a result of the changes in the DNA, what we call a mutation, there is a survival advantage. Survival advantage means that the cell, instead of growing normally, aging and dying, it refuses to age and die. It continues to grow and proliferate uncontrollably. It has no control. It has no control. And then it might metastasize to other parts of the body.
Okay.
So that's what cancer basically is. It's just a cell that has been fused to follow normal rules and regulation of growth.
Okay.
As they are being controlled, it goes to grow uncontrollably and spreads fast to different parts of the body.
Okay, doctor, what you're trying to say is that this cell is meant to be in the body. It is naturally in the body.
No. So cells in the normal cell, we all have normal cells. Okay. So these normal cells, they grow and they die. But something that happens, it's like a damage occurs or an error occurs. Something triggers it. So the normal cell, something triggers, there's a damage in DNA, or you call it mutation. So there's a change in the genetic makeup of that cell. Because of this change that has occurred, an abnormal change, the cell now refuses to allow itself to be controlled. So it continues to grow abnormally without control.
Instead of it to die.
Yeah, instead of die when it should die, it should not die.
Time is meant to die.
Yeah, it should not die. It continues to grow uncontrollably.
Okay. Moving on, what are the most common types of cancer in our region, and what factors contribute to their prevalence?
Yeah, cancer is very common in this environment. Common cancers in our environment, they include breast cancer, they include cervical cancer, they include prostate cancer, include colorectal cancer, include ovarian cancer, and then there are also blood cancers like lymphomas, multiple myelomas, and leukemias. These are the commonest cancers in our environment. Yeah.
So how can they be detected? How can we know that this is this cancer and this is that?
Yeah, so of course different cancers have different manifestations. There are different ways by which different cancers manifest or show in the body, but principally usually patients with cancers, they will have weight loss, unexplained weight loss, persistent fatigue, persistent body tiredness, easy fatigability, the patient is weak, the patient is tired, the patient may have persistent cough, they have cough for a long time, they have problems in the throat, they have problems with the bladder, maybe increased urinary frequency, problems in the bladder, maybe increased urinary frequency, may have problems with passage of stools, may have problems with maybe bleeding conditions. Maybe the patient might bleed easily. When somebody touches something, not only the patient should not bleed, but he bruises very easily. Or sometimes may have for blood cancers, for instance, they may have what we call pathological fractures. Maybe an old patient goes to the bathroom and just a little slip, and they say he has had a fracture. Ordinarily, somebody could fall down in the bathroom and not have any fracture. But when an old man goes to the bathroom and any small thing, he just falls down, he has a fracture. That means there's a problem somewhere. Then there could be lumps. Some people have lumps in the neck, lumps in the axilla, lumps in the armpits. So weight loss, drenching eye sweats, excessive sweating, when these things happen, fever, unexplained fever. Malaria is common in this environment, but when you have malaria, you are giving anti-malarials, you should go. But some people have fever, persistent fever, they are taking anti-malarials, they are taking antibiotics, they are taking all kinds of drugs, the fever persists. So when such symptoms occur, patients should go to the hospital early and check. Weight loss, so those are the common things. Weight loss, fever, night sweats, lumps in the body, bleeding, persistent cough, problems with urination, problems with passage stools, maybe skin lumps, skin erosions. So when these things happen, it's good to present to the hospital so they can be properly investigated. Perhaps there might be cancer somewhere.
Okay. So doctor, you said earlier that there are different types of cancer. There's breast cancer, there's lung cancer, and I just feel like there should be different symptoms of this cancer. So what are the symptoms of these?
So for specific symptoms, of course, if it's breast cancer, it might be a lump in the breast. So there might be change in color of the breast. So such a person, if you see a lump in the breast or change in coloration of the breast, maybe there's a nipple discharge, the person should suspect that something is going on and should present to hospital. Or prostate cancers, usually they have something like dribbling sensation, dribblings, maybe urinary frequency. They go to pass urine.
For the viewers, what do you mean by prostate cancer?
Prostate, that has to do with men. Prostate, one of the reproductive system of man. So usually it's around it's part of the system that can affect the urination. So when somebody wants to pass urine, it passes urine more frequently than before, or may have to strain before passing urine. When something like that happens, the person should present to the hospital. For cervical cancer, the patient might have bleeding, easy bleeding in the cervical area, in the private part. So maybe following sexual exposure or maybe any small trauma, this bleeding, you should present to the hospital.
The lung cancer.
Yes, for lung cancers, they might have cough, persistent cough. They might have blood in sputum, and they might have chest pain. Of course, most of the cancers they will have weight loss.
Okay, so what do you think are the factors that stimulate these cancers in our body?
Factors that stimulate cancers, they are actually multifactorial. So some cancers are genetic. Genetic means that they are passed from parents to children. However, the fact that it is genetic does not mean that every member of the family or every child of the family will come down with the cancer. So it can be genetic. What it means is that if there's a family history of cancer, such family members should be screening themselves regularly in case there's something like that. For instance, breast cancer can be genetic, so there are some genes that are associated with some cancers. So if there's a family history of cancer, such family members should seek medical attention, should be screening themselves regularly. So it could be genetic. It could also be acquired. Cancer can also be acquired as a result of what I mentioned earlier, acquired mutations that can occur in the cells. And acquired cancers could result from so many factors. Lifestyle changes, lifestyle factors can affect and can be associated with cancer. For instance, smoking associated with cancer, smoking, alcohol, drinking alcohol, environmental factors, exposures to some pollutants, exposures to chemicals, exposures to petroleum products, exposures to benzene, exposures to environmental factors. They can predispose to cancer. And of course, nutrition is also very important. Poor diets. A lot of people in this generation, many people take refined meals. They take refined, everything is fried, fried meat, fried fish, fried yam, fried, everything is fried. All those canned foods, all these fast foods are not very good. So all these fast foods, they're not very good. So people that indulge in most of these things, they are at the risk of developing cancer. Of course, obesity, people who sedentary lifestyles. So these are risk factors. Obesity, sedentary lifestyles. These are some of the risk factors. Smoking, alcohol, and these are acquired risk factors.
Okay, doctor. So we would like to move ahead. You already mentioned the risk factors that we can use to detect when we have cancer or when we see something unusual in our body. So we'd like to ask, what preventive screenings or routine medical checkups do you recommend us?
So routine screenings and medical checkups are available. So for instance, one of them is for ladies. Self-breast examination is very important. Ladies should always self-examine their breast, and some groups of societies and NGOs, they have been training people on how to do self-breast examination. So this is available. So when a lady examines her breast regularly, it's an unusual lump somewhere, the person should report immediately for investigations. So self-breast examination is very good for ladies. Mammography is very good and it's available. So ladies should go for mammography as often as possible. Then pap smear to prevent cervical cancer, very, very important. Then for prostate cancer, things like PSA. Men should go and do PSA, check themselves annually and check for their PSA. Then generally annual medical checkups. People should go for annual medical checkups. These things are expensive. We know that things are expensive and hospital things are expensive, but there's nothing that is better than good health. Health is wealth, they say. So I know it's not easy. People are looking for money to eat food and all of that, but health is very important. So we should prioritize annual checkups even when you're not feeling sick. So but for those who have family histories of cancer, it's even much more important. to check all these things.
Okay, so doctor, you said earlier that it can be genetic. Cancer can be genetic. So we would like to ask, I'd like to ask, what age do you think we should begin with the screening and the checkups and all that?
Okay, so for ladies, for self breast examination, as soon as you attain menarche and you have breasts have come up, so that one should be a regular thing. So for things like mammography, even from 40 years of age, they can start doing that. People that, for men, from 40 years, they should be doing their PSA on an annual basis. Pap smears also for ladies. Then generally, annual checkups are very, very important.
Okay. Now this, we would like for you to rephrase what early symptoms or signs should viewers pay attention to?
Okay. Paying attention to early signs and symptoms. If you are very, very important when it comes to cancer is the issue of weight loss. I would say it's unexplained weight loss. Most of people lose weight for reasons that they want to keep shape and all that. When it's an unexplained weight loss, you should check a medical check. It's a sign that something is wrong. Unexplained weight loss. Persistent fatigue. You're always tired. You're always weak. Even when you are eating, you are tired. You are weak. You need to check. Go for medical checkup. Persistent, easy fatigability. You're always weak. You're always tired. You check. You see any lump, any lump, any part of your body. You're not supposed to see any lump. Well, except if they are maybe something that someone was born with. Otherwise, any lump that you have seen, you should go to the hospital. Persistent fever, you're taking anti-malarials, you're taking antibiotics. In fact, you should always go to the hospital. It's not good to just go to pharmacy and please mix for me. Some people say mix for me. They go and do mix for me. They mix antibiotics, mix antibiotics. No, please check. Go for medical checkup and check. Unusual bleeding. Yes, abnormal bleeding. Maybe you are brushing your teeth in the morning and you see blood coming out. Or you see blood in your nostrils. Or you see abnormal bleeding. You should go to the hospital for medical checkup.
Okay. So, doctor, you are trying to say that there is no particular age that cancer is meant for.
Yes, that's another thing. So cancer occurs in both adults and children. So cancer is not only for adults, cancer also occurs in children. But usually in children, it might even appear faster. Like it might even be easily to identify. Like maybe someone has a lymphoma, you see swellings, you see maybe Burkitt's lymphoma, you see swellings, and so for children, I know children don't hide things. So when they are sick, they cry, and the parents take them to the hospital, they really get. But actually, cancers occur in both adults and children.
So you were talking about the checkups and the medications, and you mentioned that it's quite expensive though. So is there any other advice or recommendation you can give, like exercises or anything you can give?
So recommendations for avoiding cancers from a human point of view to avoid as much as you can. Number one, you should quit smoking. Anyone who is smoking should please quit smoking. Smoking is a very high risk factor for lung cancers, throat cancers, and all of that. So quit smoking. Quit taking alcohol. Quit smoking. Quit alcohol. Good nutrition is very, very important. Good healthy nutrition. Good healthy, not fast foods. You just put something inside food. Within 5 seconds, food is there, you're eating it. It's not nutritious. Good nutrition, healthy diets, very, very important. Exercise is also very, very important because obesity, as I said, is a very risk factor for cancers. So obesity, whoever is obese should try as much as practically possible to reduce the weight. Physical exercise, and this exercise doesn't necessarily have to be real big exercise. Maybe they call it brisk walking. Brisk walking, even dancing. Yes, very important. Brisk walking, dancing, jogging. You know when you go and do plenty, go to the gym. Brisk walking, jogging, dancing is very, very important.
Okay.
We should avoid sedentary lifestyle. Obesity, we should reduce it.
Okay.
So these are things that we can do. Nutrition is very, very important. Increase fruits and vegetables.
Okay.
We should increase fruits. You know, we always say these things, but they are expensive. Unfortunately, they are expensive. They are expensive, but health, they say, is wealth. You know, it's expensive. Which fruit do you go and buy? Everything is expensive. But because health is wealth, we need to take more of fruits, more vegetables, nuts, nuts like that.
Okay.
They're very important.
Okay. Okay. So what do you think there is any vaccine or cure to this cancer or do you think there is anything the government or the hospital is doing about it?
Yeah, that's another thing. Okay, sorry, I forgot to mention about that. So there are vaccinations that are available to prevent cancers.
Okay.
For instance, for cervical cancer, there are vaccinations that are available to prevent cancer. So people should go to vaccination centers and get vaccinated against commonly available cancers. So vaccinations are available, so people should help them with that. Cervical cancer can be vaccinated against. So vaccines are available to prevent a lot of these conditions.
Okay, now.
So vaccination is available. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So that doesn't mean it's really like a death sentence.
Okay, no. So maybe so cancer is really not a death sentence.
Okay.
That's one of the problems in the society. People think that cancer is a death sentence. No, not. In fact, the first thing is that there are different types of cancers.
Yeah.
So cancers can be preventable, and even when the cancer comes, they can be treated, especially early presentation.
Okay.
That's one of the problems that we have in our environment here. People present to the hospital very late. People with cancer that present very early, they are curable.
Okay.
And also, the treatment is not as intensive as at when a disease is late.
Okay.
So people should present to hospitals very early. So cancers are not death sentences.
Okay.
Cancers can be cured when they are presented very, very early. That's why we always talk about screening so that when it is presented early, it can be treated, it can be cured, and of course it will be less expensive
Okay.
if it is caught very early.
Okay.
So cancer is not a death sentence.
Okay, doctor.
Yeah.
We would also like to know, is it transmitted? Is it transmitted?
Okay, that's another thing. No, cancer is not contagious.
Okay, it's not contagious.
Yes. So you don't.
It cannot be transmitted.
It's not as if the wife has cancer. So by exposure, you have cancer is not contagious. If that's as what I tend to say, cancer is not contagious.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So in the society, when one person,
so you should not, if somebody has cancer, we should not run away from them.
Yes, we should
not discriminate.
Yes.
We should not run away from them. We should not discriminate. We should try to help as much as we can help. Cancer is not contagious.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll go on a short break now. Don't go anywhere. The experts are still in the house.
I am Theodora Choma. All people should know about cancer is that first and foremost, it's not that if someone has cancer, it means that the person is going to die like they will say within 6 months or within 3 months. Some people have cancer and they will live up to 5-10 years. But the thing is, how people should detect it depends on the location and the symptoms. Something like breast cancer. Breast cancer, if you notice a hard lump, for young people, it's mostly true lumps, but older people because the tissue of their breast is no longer dense, so those kind of lumps can be detected on mammography. So it's required that they go for mammography at least yearly, once a year. That is the older people. Before it was more prevalent in the older people, but now even young people 28, 21 used to have it now. Then some other ones that are associated with GIT can present as obstruction. Maybe when the person is eating and at the end the person will end up vomiting it. That kind of. So it depends mostly on the sites of the cancerous proliferations and all that. Okay, cancer is like what causes cancer is like both from the genetic and both from environmental. So genetic is you start checking familial history now, that if your family had something like in breast cancer now, some people their mom had and their aunts had before. And there's 50% chance that the younger generation will have, like the females in the younger generation, and as it keep going, the percentage keeps increasing. So and if you notice it early, that means people that are with the familial predisposition will have to be checking themselves very regularly. Then the environmental, something like people that are working in factory, because they say in those days asbestos, people that work in, like almost all of them ended up with cancer of the lungs, so they had to stop. Now other houses are using aluminium instead of asbestos. So it depends. If you know you're a factory worker that is like something like benzene all the time, just know that, just be checking yourself regularly that you might have. So these things depend on, okay, what is your occupation? Are you exposed to all these carcinogenic sometimes even something like aflatoxins from groundnut, all these groundnuts you see that is purplish, and aflatoxins is a fungi but it's cancerous, it has a carcinogen in it. So these are things we just have to be looking at. But the cause of cancer is entirely unknown, but we just know there is a genetic predisposition and there is an environmental predisposition. So people with the genetic and are now in the environment, their own is much more higher. So
Okay, my name is Edith. Okay, about cancer, I think firstly, everybody has to know that cancer happens to everybody. It doesn't matter what you did at any time of your life, it can occur. And then there are different types of cancer. Some are just specifically for women, like cervical cancer, and there are other types of cancer, so like breast cancer. Just any abnormal growth of cells in any part of your body can become a cancer. All right. So about cervical cancer specifically, it's on the high rise now, like it's on the rise. So the only prevention now we have for cervical cancer is HPV vaccine. That's human papillomavirus. That's one of the causes. And if you have the vaccine, everybody is encouraged to have it. It's not part of the immunization schedule, yes. From 9 years, I think, you get it. But from 21 years, you start taking pap smear. Everybody should do that. Every female, especially those that are sexually active. I don't think there's no way to detect it early, unless you go for screening tests. Like I said, pap smear from 21 years old. And then you do breast self-examination for breast cancers and just regular checkups.
I'm Nurse Juliet. Okay, firstly, cancer is a condition whereby the body cells grow abnormally or uncontrollable, maybe at the wrong places in the body. So when this happens, some cells of the body are affected, leading to body being exposed to some certain infections and more. So this is for the definition. So for the lifestyle that people need to modify, number one, avoiding of tobacco, maintaining a good body weight, healthy diet, engaging in physical exercises, and also going for medical screening to check if maybe there is an abnormal growth of cancer in their body, and also if there is, then they should go for treatment. One of the medical ways to find out is first, that's why I talked about going for medical checkup, because normally you cannot just get it on your own. You have to go for tests to know if the cell, maybe there was any abnormal growth of cells in the body. So that's number one way to find out if there is any abnormal growth of cancer in the body.
Abigail Okosisa. Okay, what I think people should know about cancer. Cancer is like an abnormal growth in the body. Like most times the causes are not even known. They just something abnormal just start growing in your body. That is why it's advisable. They tell you to go for checkups at least every 6 months. Though it's costly, many people cannot afford it, but it's advisable. So, because if you don't, it will keep on growing and it will get worse. How about, can I speak it was? Sorry. How about you is again so like when you start doing like something, giving you one very bad this thing, you're not rushing to the hospital, you're not find out that it's cancer. So if you can afford it, I think you should be going for checkups. Yes. So cancer, it has causes, so like smoking, unhealthy lifestyles, but most of the times there's no something that they'll tell you that this is the cause. Something like breast cancer now. What will you say gave you breast cancer? You'll be on your own. One nonsense will just start growing inside your breast. That's how it now spread and stuff. So that is why checkups. I don't think you can on your own. Something like for breast now, you know how they tell people to do self-breast examination. By the time you now feel, like assuming you feel your breast regularly, you know how your breast feels normally. So when you now notice something that is not normal there, you now have to go to the hospital. But on your own, I don't think you just see cancer and no. So you just have to be going for checkups. That is just it, yes.
Every day, your health shapes your life. Your strength, your choices your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back, and this is still Health Matters on Aneke TV. We are still discussing on cancer with our guest, Professor Sunday Ocheni, Professor of Hematology to the University of Nigeria. So thank you, sir. As you were saying, we were talking about cancer and how it develops in the body and how it cannot be contagious, how it's not contagious, and how the society can contribute to preventing us developing it ourselves. You know, we can also develop it ourselves without it being contagious, without it being transmitted from one person to the other.
Yeah.
Okay, so we would like to know how important is early detection and how does it impact treatment success and survival rates?
So as I was trying to say, I was saying earlier, early detection helps a lot in the management of cancers.
Okay.
When cancer is detected very early, it is treatable and it is curable. Early stage cancers are treatable and curable. That's why we always emphasize that people should come to the hospital as soon as it is practically possible. But when it has spread and it has metastasized, we use the word metastasis when it has metastasized to different organs in the body, when it has affected or involved other systems, it becomes more difficult. Complications now set in.
Okay.
But when cancer comes, is seen very, very early, it is treatable, it is curable, and the cost of treatment are much less.
Okay.
Than when
So
it has
also, what are
advanced.
the complications that can come in?
Yeah, complications can come in if it has affected other organs.
Okay.
For instance, if a malignancy affects the kidneys,
Okay.
somebody may come down with renal failure. If it affects the liver, it can cause liver failure.
Okay.
If it affects different systems in the body, it can bring about the complications of those organs. If it affects the, it can even affect the skin,
Okay.
can affect the brain,
Okay.
can metastasize to the brain, and when it affects the brain, it will cause a lot of neurological complications.
Okay.
Somebody may now have a stroke, somebody may now have other problems associated with that system. So, but if it is localized to a particular organ, it is more easily treated.
Okay. Okay. So when these complications comes in and all these symptoms begin to show, does that mean that we can still detect that this person has cancer without the person knowing itself? Because a lot of people don't know; they think it's normal, maybe it's something else, without knowing that it could be cancer. So you mean that
is the reason
someone
why
can detect it without?
that's why the people should come to the hospital early. There are different investigations and different tests for different types of cancers.
Okay.
With blood cancer, we look at the blood film, can do a bone marrow aspiration, can do a bone marrow biopsy. If it is prostate cancer, can do a prostate biopsy. No? If it is cervical cancer, they can do a biopsy. So, but the earlier the patient presents, the better.
Okay.
So, at any stage that cancer comes, it can be diagnosed.
Okay. Moving on. What treatment options are currently available, and how have cancer treatment improved in recent years?
Yeah. So there are currently a lot of treatment modalities in the treatment of cancer. Okay. There's a lot of advancements, there's a lot of progress, to the extent now that people should not die of cancer. People should not die of cancer. Because cancer is treatable, cancer is curable. The only thing is that the earlier the patient comes to the hospital, the better. So treatment modalities will include surgery.
Okay.
So they can do surgery to remove the cancer. So they can be what we call surgical removal of the tumor. So surgery can be involved, an operation. And that one is what we call chemotherapy. So drugs can be used to destroy or they kill the cancer cells. So we have surgery, we have chemotherapy, we also have radiotherapy. So the therapy is when radiation is used to destroy the cancer cells. Then there's also immunotherapy. Immunotherapy is a situation where immune cells are modified such that the patient's immunity can be improved to fight the cancer. So basically we have surgery, we have chemotherapy, we have radiotherapy, we have immunotherapy, and even now there's even more advanced forms of immunotherapy. It's what we call CAR T cell therapy. So the truth of the matter is that cancer treatments has advanced. There's a lot of treatment that's available to treat all forms of cancer now. So that cancer should not be a reason why somebody should die, except in countries or in situations and places where the facilities are not available. Otherwise, there is treatment for cancer.
Okay. Moving on. So, doctor, how safe is surgery for a cancer treatment?
Yeah, of course, all these things should be handled by experts. So there are surgeons who are called surgical oncologists. So when a patient has a surgical cancer that can be treated by surgery, so such a person is referred to the surgery department. So experts, surgeons, what we call surgical oncologists, they know how to handle it.
Okay, so how safe do you think it is?
Of course, it's very safe. In safe hands. So in expert hands. So people should be referred to hospitals that have the facilities. So different cancers are treated by different specialists. So it's better that people are referred to specialists for treatment. So when they enter into safe hands, definitely treatment is safe. So surgery is safe. If that is what is indicated for that part of cancer, for that type of cancer.
So since you said they are safe, in safe hands, so what common misconceptions about cancer that may prevent people from seeking proper care?
Okay, there are a lot of misconceptions, and the commonest misconception is that cancer is a death sentence. And I think I've mentioned it, that cancer is not a death sentence. Unfortunately, in the environment, people think that cancer is a death sentence. When somebody has cancer, he or she will die. No. Please, cancer is a misconception, it's a myth. People think that once somebody has cancer, the person must die. No. So, treatment is available in specialist centers or in specialist hospitals. So, treatment is available. So cancer is not a death sentence. So number two, some people also think or say that cancer only occurs among old people, just as we mentioned earlier. Cancer is not only in old people. Children also have cancers. Another misconception, some people, maybe because of their traditional beliefs, they think that they can cure cancer with herbs. Well, we are aware of advancements in medical care. However, orthodox medicine has advanced in such a way that cancer can be treated. So when a patient has cancer, instead of rushing the person to just a herbal home and just giving concussions, they should please go to the hospital. So please, people should not think that cancer cannot be treated in the hospital. Cancer can be treated in the hospital. They should not just say in herbs. Then some people believe a lot in, people say it's from the village. People believe in village too much. They say anything, can say it's village people. It's village people, it's village people. Not everything is village people. Not everything is village people. Some of these things are sicknesses that have occurred. And when things have occurred, don't just be blaming in-law, blaming enemy, blaming village people. No, it's not village people that is causing cancer. Even though, of course, everything can have spiritual undertones, but at least when the spiritual undertone has manifested physically, we should go for physical treatment. Please. So some people have cancer, they now say they will go to the village, look for who is enemy, no, please. We know that spiritual things can happen. But please don't overemphasize village people or enemies when cancer comes. Please seek medical attention and receive optimal care.
So doctor, you mentioned earlier that surgery is safe. In safe hands. So I would like to know how trained are healthcare workers in handling cancer patients?
Okay, so just as I said, so in the health care setup, there are different fields of medicine. Different doctors, different nurses, different paramedical people, they are trained, what I would say, sub-specialized in different areas of medicine. So some people, they are specialized in cancer care. So they are specialists in cancer care. And when you meet a specialist in any form of cancer, they will give their best treatments. So it is safe to meet a specialist in the cancer care. If somebody has a gynecological cancer, you should go and meet a gynecological specialist. That is, somebody has a surgical oncologist, somebody has a breast cancer, you go and meet a breast surgeon, somebody has a cervical cancer, you go and meet someone who has a specialist, someone has a blood cancer, you should meet person that is in that area. So they are specialists. And when you meet specialists, you are in safe hands. That's just what I would say about that.
Okay. So I'm trying to understand, for the viewers to be able to gain trust that when they meet this particular person handling this issue, this particular cancer issue, they should have that trust in them that they'll be able to take care of them.
Yes. So the most important thing is be sure that you are referred to a specialist that can manage that type of cancer. Not all oncologists, cancer doctors are oncologists. So not all oncologists handle all types of cancer. Like I am a hematology oncologist. So I treat multiple myelomas, leukemias, lymphomas, blood cancers. I will not dabble into treating prostate cancer. I will not dabble into treating cervical cancer. I'm not able to treating breast cancer. Any person, I'll just refer you immediately to someone who is specialized in that area. So, and one thing we know in medicine is that we are taught to know our limitations. A good doctor is a doctor that knows his limitations. A good doctor is a doctor that knows that this is beyond me. And let us allow ourselves to be referred to specialists. When you meet a specialist, that specialist has been trained in that area. So what we do is just pray and cooperate and believe that by the grace of God things will turn out right. So let's trust the specialists that are handling whatever that condition is.
So finally, what practical steps can viewers take today to reduce their risks and protect overall health?
Practical steps, just as you have mentioned. Number one, quit smoking. If you have been smoking, please quit smoking. If you have been drinking alcohol, quit drinking alcohol. If you are not doing any form of exercise, start developing some form of exercise. It doesn't mean that you must go to the gym. You can do brisk walking, walk fast, you can jog, you can dance very well, you can dance in your room. Put on a music in your phone, or put music in your radio, sing, dance and sweat. So by the time you lose some weight, you are reducing some cancer risk, because obesity is associated with cancer. Stop smoking, stop drinking, stop sedentary lifestyle. And of course, good nutrition. As I said earlier, good nutrition is expensive, but health, they say, is wealth. Lots of fruits and vegetables should be in our diet. We should minimize or avoid refined meals, refined foods. Yes, there's one misconception I just remember now. People say that sugar feeds cancer. People have been saying that sugar feeds cancer. So when somebody has cancer, no more sugar, no more this. No, the person should not even eat anything sweet again. There is no direct link between sugar and causing cancer. So someone who has cancer should not be prevented from, cannot even put sugar in your tea again. Should not, the person says you should not go and, so please. So everything should be in moderation. So generally, stop smoking, stop drinking alcohol, do some exercise, good nutrition. When you see any unusual things in your body, report early to the hospital for
Okay.
checkup.
Okay. Finally, before we round up, you said someone who has cancer shouldn't bother about sugar and all that, right? So I would like to know, does that mean that diabetic patients cannot?
No, what I'm trying to say that some people say that sugar is food for cancer
patients. Okay.
Because of that, they will not eat sugar.
Okay.
It's not, I'm not talking about diabetic people.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not talking about that.
Yeah. So, but still on that, can diabetes, create a way
for cancer.
Yeah.
People who have diabetes, well, you might say they may be immunocompromised, but there is no direct link that says somebody has diabetes, he will also have this cancer. No. But somebody who has diabetes is a human being, but they work on that cancer. But that doesn't mean that it is a diabetes that is leading to the cancer.
It's direct.
There is no direct causation. So you should just live the best way you can live to avoid any cancer.
Yes, avoid any risks of cancer. Thank you very much, our guest, Professor Sunday, a professor of hematology at the University of Nigeria. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Edition. That concludes today's edition of Health Matters. Remember, informed decisions are often the foundation of healthier living. Thank you for watching. I remain your host, Sharon Uchi.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payment to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payment, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.